Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Europe House. Welcome to our conference on trade, the challenges ahead. It's a great programme, and I hope you'll find it stimulating. We have a star-studded cast. I'm delighted and honoured to welcome the Taoiseach, Taoiseach, Commissioner Šefčovič and David O'Sullivan to kick off this morning. The rest of the programme is also littered with many more stars. I'm going to hand over straight away to the Taoiseach, who will then be followed by Commissioner Šefčovič. Well,
Go raibh maith agat Peter as an introir agus fáilte anna bhór ribh an Commissionéir Maras Šefčovič. Duine a measamíd gur cara mad a chud na hÉirne agus fáilte freisin ribh gach penálaí agus mónóir ag an amach denmh agus buanam mo bhuichas a gháil lenar lucht féchana iad sin atá a láthir I Barsa agus lín a réin as dul a bartling chun an topic rítheachtach seo a phlé agus so héobh cuasaí achtamíochta sóisialta cultúra agus polatúla de is ag dul a léig a bhíon rudaí a Roma cinnte fuhu le fada an lá ribhe seo agus tá chuid mhór rioscaí saléire ag buint le dúchlein na linge seo dar nelagar, dar slándáil, dar sochaí agus dar stíl varachtála féin. So it's a particular privilege to be with you this morning and to say in particular very warm welcome to Commissioner Šefčovič. Maris, I just welcomed you in Irish in the Gaelic language and I said that we consider you a good friend in Ireland and no one is more familiar with the Irish situation than you because of the work that you did during Brexit, which was quite extraordinary at that time. And whilst the challenges now are far more, I suppose, globally significant, the challenges of the moment have very significant risks for our economy, for our security, for our society and for our way of life. But I do remain fundamentally an optimist. And to quote Seamus Heaney, hope is not optimism, which expects things to turn out well, but something rooted in the conviction that there is good worth working for. And I believe that we need to apply ourselves in working for that good based on certain fundamental principles that I believe remain true and even, indeed, hold even greater truth in times of difficulty. We are witnessing an amplification of geopolitical and trade risks as moves are made towards more protectionist and divisive policies. As a small open economy, we're particularly vulnerable to these external developments. Trade and our trading relations with partners around the world is at the core of the Irish and indeed European economic model. It is at the core of how we see ourselves in the world. Ireland has supported and benefited from a world order in which trade has become more open and globalised over recent decades. The changing world and international trading environment brings both new challenges and opportunities for us. Our future success will depend on our ability to react and adapt to these changing realities. We must be agile and we must be proactive in controlling what we can control. To protect and to promote Irish businesses, workers and consumers while continuing to look outward with confidence. Europe and our membership of the European Union remain the foundational underpinning of all of this. And for Ireland, there is no progress possible without close, rules-based and active cooperation with our partners in the European Union and indeed within the broader European political community, as evidenced over the last 2 days in Copenhagen when we had both the informal EU Council but critically the EPC meeting as well, and the idea of greater interaction with the broader European political community was very much emphasised. And that whole idea that without the rules-based order, you cannot have a trade order or one that works. So our shared values, opportunities, ambitions are fundamental to our prosperity. We are stronger together. European unity must remain the touchstone of everything we're trying to achieve and to protect. Since assuming office earlier this year, the new United States administration has brought with it a significant shift in trade policy. We were forewarned of the so-called Liberation Day tariff announcement in April, but it nevertheless did send shockwaves through the global trading landscape. It set the agenda for what has become a reset, not only in the transatlantic trade and investment relationship, but the global trade order. The US Section 232 investigations into pharmaceuticals, semiconductors and other key sectors remind us that trade policy can be deployed to serve broader strategic aims. Ireland's position since has been and remains clear and consistent. Tariffs are bad. They are bad for businesses and bad for consumers. They deliver higher prices and higher interest rates. They distort economies and inhibit innovation. And of course, they undermine successful multilateral cooperation. The European Union-US trade relationship represents the largest economic relationship in the world. And for the US, a positive European Union-US trading relationship benefits their businesses, their consumers, and their economy. For Ireland, the economic relationship with the US matters very deeply. Our economy is uniquely intertwined with the United States as our main export market. Uncertainty in the transatlantic relationship translates directly into uncertainty for Irish businesses. And that is why we have strongly supported the measured and strategic European Union response led by President von der Leyen and Commissioner Šefčovič. The European Union has been united, and this has been our strength. Given our outsized interest and stakes in the negotiations, we have found that working closely with European Union partners and the Commission has amplified, not isolated, our voice. We have engaged and will continue to engage with our partners in good faith, work to de-escalate tensions where they arise, and ensure that our key strategic interests are protected. Maurice, in navigating this new trading reality, you continue to have Ireland's full support. Let's be honest and let's not sugarcoat it. The EU-US deal leaves us in a worse position than we were at the start of the year, but let us recall that a lot has changed since then. Following the political agreement between President von der Leyen and President Trump, August's joint statement on trade between the EU and the US does represent progress in that it provides a degree of stability and certainty for Irish and European exporters. The confirmation of a single all-inclusive 15% tariff on EU goods avoids a harmful tariff escalation across the Atlantic and ensures continued access to American markets. Crucially, it provides assurance that this tariff rate will extend to pharmaceuticals and semiconductors, as well as further carve-outs for the aircraft and automobile sector. The value of the framework agreement was demonstrated most recently following President Trump's announcements of 100% tariffs on patented pharmaceuticals. The European Union has been clear that it is our clear understanding and agreement, because of the agreement, that this new rate will not apply to EU pharma products. The all-inclusive 15% tariff ceiling for EU exports represents an insurance policy that no higher tariffs will emerge for European economic operators. The European Union is the only trade partner to achieve this outcome with the US. So while the framework agreement is by no means perfect, it is much, much better than what many other countries have received. A lot of work remains to be done as we move to a new phase of negotiations and a new era in the transatlantic trade and investment relationship. We are working intensively with the Commission to seek to achieve further exemptions of the 15% rate, including but not limited to medtech products, wine and spirits. We fully appreciate that there has been disappointment and deep concern in these sectors, and we hope that this will be advanced as quickly as possible. I know that there are also concerns, which I share, about the implications for the all-island economy. The new tariffs announced by the US do not affect the United Kingdom in the same manner, as they are subject to the baseline 10% tariff. This may have an impact on Northern Ireland, and the government is conscious of this. We are working through these issues, and we will continue close contact with the Northern Ireland Executive. There may be specific issues for the agri-food sector, not least due to the integrated supply chains north and south in this industry, and the customs rules of origin, which define the origin of a product for tariff purposes. We learned a lot about this in the Brexit period, and so understand that supply chains on this island are deeply connected, and that any change to current integrated arrangements would require huge investment. We are very aware of this, and will continue to highlight the particular situation of Northern Ireland, and more broadly the all-island economy, in all our discussions with interlocutors, including the United States and the European Commission. And I know that Maroš is keenly aware of this from past experience. We are fortunate, very fortunate, that he has a deep understanding of the situation on this island, having skillfully navigated negotiations with the United Kingdom in the last number of years. He is a good friend to Ireland, and I'm deeply grateful to him for all he has done and continues to do in dealing with the fallout of Brexit, while pursuing a strengthened European Union-United Kingdom relationship. I also know that Maroš is one of the most enthusiastic advocates for an ambitious European Union trade agenda. Ireland fully shares this ambition, and we had good discussions earlier on this. We believe trade not only brings economic benefits, but it also helps to lift people and countries out of poverty, and it contributes to a more stable and predictable world. The effectiveness and fairness of international trade rely heavily on a rules-based multilateral system with the World Trade Organization at its core. Its role is particularly vital in ensuring that trade remains open and inclusive, especially during times of global uncertainty. And we should recall that the overwhelming volume of global trade continues to be conducted within the WTO framework of rules. I think it's still in the order of about 70% plus, having been 80-odd%. So the world has not collapsed in the last while, and we should be very mindful of that. So we must therefore continue to work with our partners to support it and to reform it to ensure it can survive the challenges of our time. Retreating behind defensive barriers may appear attractive on the face of it, but it is not a win-lose proposition. Ultimately, everyone loses, and the poorest lose most of all. While the challenge we and our European partners now face is not to be underestimated, we are taking this on from a position of strength. In Ireland, our domestic economy continues to grow and shows resilience. Economic growth and domestic demand continue to be positive, and our trade balance, driven by strong external trade, has been stable. Exchequer tax receipts remain robust, resulting in a strong fiscal position. We are continuing to see an economy operating at full employment, with record levels of labour market participation. Real wages are on the rise, while the inflation rate has stabilised. This strong domestic position has allowed us to carefully manage our resources and put aside reserves for the future when times are more challenging. Despite this, we cannot take our economic success for granted. Next week, we will be delivering Budget 2026, which will promote a balanced and sustainable fiscal approach, providing the necessary scope to invest in our economy without jeopardising the stability of our public finances over the medium term. For our future prospects to maintain a strong competitive economy at full employment, we do need to prioritise productive investment in infrastructure, housing, energy, water and transport, as well as research and skills. And through the revised National Development Plan published in July, we will allocate over 275 billion over the next decade to critical infrastructure, which will transform our country for this generation and future generations to come. We are committed to drawing on our past insights and marshalling our current strength and resources to prepare ourselves for what lies ahead. The challenges and opportunities we're presented with today, if carefully managed, will continue to underpin our success in the future, delivering a robust and resilient economy as a foundation for a fair and prosperous Ireland. We are determined to build on and support our core strengths. And this means continuing to provide a stable and competitive business environment that is pro-enterprise, to focus on and lean into our membership of the European Union, to support free trade and international agreements, and to invest in critical skills. Ireland and Irish businesses need to remain competitive and productive through innovative solutions, digitalisation, and above all, development of new talent. As a government, we are firmly committed to backing our people and our businesses, indigenous and multinational, so they can continue to grow and flourish despite serious headwinds. And our recently published action plan on competitiveness and productivity manifests this commitment and acknowledges the urgency of our task. Informed by the Government's Competitiveness Summit and the analysis of Ireland's National Competitiveness and Productivity Council, the plan sets out what we can do across the whole of government to help enterprise to adapt and remain resilient and productive in difficult times. And it is focused on addressing challenges within our domestic sphere of influence, on controlling the controllables. It contains a number of priority actions which will take precedence and are particularly important for transforming Ireland's competitiveness and productivity. Emphasis is being placed on issues around international trade, engagement with the European Union single market, and market diversification, which are particularly relevant in the current climate, in addition to legal and regulatory reform, cutting red tape for businesses, and enabling regional growth. And also in terms of supporting the development of a savings and investment union, which will be critical, in my view, for providing additional capital across Europe for start-up enterprises. And that's something that I'm supportive of as Taoiseach with other countries to try and bring that to a resolution. Importantly also, that strategy complements our action plan on market diversification, published in August. As a small global economy, Ireland has greatly benefited from the returns of international trade in the EU single market, as well as strong international relationships. And that must always be central to our political debate, and sometimes it hasn't been central to our domestic political debate. I find it extraordinary at times the degree to which trade as a topic gets marginalised in politics and in political debate, and that's been very evident in Dáil Éireann over the last number of years. I've said that repeatedly. But as a small global economy, Ireland has greatly benefited from trade. And it's our openness that is important. Now, there are challenges from that, and we can be exposed during challenging times across the world. But we're committed to making the economy more resilient while also expanding our diplomatic relationships in key regions, upholding Ireland as a trusted partner and destination for tourism, investment and trade. And our global footprint has dramatically expanded, diplomatic footprint has dramatically expanded over the last decade. And that will facilitate Irish businesses to scale up and to succeed in new as well as already existing markets, particularly providing support and resources for SMEs. And our action plan will also enhance domestic readiness and will ensure that our national policies, our infrastructure, our regulatory environment support international cooperation, innovation and competitiveness. And in this sense, the plan will work in tandem with the action plan on competitiveness and productivity in a whole of government response to the increasingly challenging economic climate. And it's also acknowledged at European Union level that we need to act with urgency and agility to build on our market strengths and to diversify our markets. CETA, the Canadian-European trade deal, is an important part of Ireland's diversification story, particularly post-Brexit and in the context of US tariff volatility. I spoke to Prime Minister Carney only last week during my visit to Ottawa about the benefits for our economies of further strengthening our trading relationship. It's quite interesting that Canada is pivoting more towards a stronger relationship with the European Union. And we discussed with Prime Minister Carney the excellent report Beyond Barriers, produced by our embassy team and Team Ireland in Canada, which does a deep dive, independently commissioned study on the bilateral economic relationship, and which is an exercise I'd like, by the way, to see repeated in other key markets. We do need more definitive data in terms of our economic relationships. North America, we need more definitive data because our investment in North America, I suspect, is far more significant than sometimes we even articulate, which, given the narrative, is important. But the fact is that the Canada-Ireland trade has nearly doubled. In fact, Maurice is saying it's even done better since the provisional application of CETA in 2017, reaching up to $9.6 billion in 2023. Irish goods exports to Canada have surged by 160% since 2016, and Canada's exports to Ireland have grown by 164%. So this is the benefit of open and fair trade, bringing growth and jobs to both of our economies. Yet many, many people within our political system opposed that deal. Difficult to comprehend. And it's why the government is very much committed to ratifying CETA, and we will soon bring forward a bill to make amendments to existing legislation as an essential enabling condition for the ratification of CETA. And the bill, once passed, will also facilitate the ratification of other similar free trade agreements with third countries that include investment protection provisions, including Singapore, Vietnam, Chile, and Mexico. I want to make it very clear that the government that I lead will always be pro-trade. We will work to deepen established connections and to build new ones. And where new trade agreements are available and are balanced, then it is in Ireland's interests to ratify them as quickly as possible. Ensuring balance is key here. European Union trade agreements must defend our most vulnerable sectors and ensure that our farmers' livelihoods not be undermined through weak or ineffective environmental standards in other countries. And following the Commission's presentations of its final proposals on the EU-Mercosur agreement, the Irish government is now carefully assessing the package in its entirety to understand if our well-known concerns with the agreement have been adequately addressed. We look forward to further progress on other EU bilateral trade agreements. And just last week, on the 23rd of September, negotiations on the EU-Indonesia Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement were finalised. And we hope that the EU-India Free Trade Agreement negotiations will be finalised by the end of the year, the largest of their kind anywhere in the world. So these are very significant developments, and I pay tribute to Maurice and his team in terms of driving these agreements forward, because to me it's the counterbalance to what has happened on the transatlantic side. And the idea of developing really comprehensive trade agreements, I think, will benefit Europe and will benefit Ireland into the future. And the bottom line is Ireland's prosperity over the last 50 years has been built on the foundations of our European Union membership and a strong commitment to international trade and open markets. Access to the single market, coupled with the network of market access achieved with the EU free trade agreements, have contributed hugely to our economic development and the economic resilience that we enjoyed today. We can't be complacent about it. We have to continue to work to address the current trade challenges, working with Commissioner Šefčovič, the European Commission, and other member states. The changing landscape of international trade means that our response to these challenges will shape our economies and societies for many years to come. Ireland is on the side of openness, fairness. We are committed to the international rules-based order and effective multilateralism. We are an advocate of finding solutions through negotiations that can create win-win outcomes to the benefit of all of our citizens. And despite the uncertainties we face, this is not just false hope or misplaced optimism, but a sound and strong example of something good worth working for. Thank you all very much indeed, and appreciate your attendance here this morning.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Taoiseach, for your visionary remarks and for your strong support for the work of the European Commission in this not very easy file of international trade. But also I would like to thank to you personally and your country for always being very strong pro-European. I mean, in the times like we are going through right now, I mean, it's very important, and you know that if the times are hard, you can rely on your Irish friends because they would do the right thing. And therefore, I'm always happy to come back to Ireland. We developed very close relationship, be it discussing how to further improve relationship with our very important partner and ally, United Kingdom, but also on many other issues. And indeed, for me, the last day and a half was very important because I had the possibility to discuss all these very important matters with Taoiseach, with Tánaiste. We will continue our conversation in front of you just in a few moments, but especially the meeting with the stakeholders, civic society, business representatives, and many representatives of the agri-food business in Ireland, as well as having the opportunity to respond to the questions and queries of your TDs and senators in the Parliament. It's very important for our policy making, for adjusting our policies, for fine-tuning our proposals. And what was, of course, very clear in all the discussions I have, and it was confirmed by these very important remarks of the Taoiseach, that all of the people, business leaders I have met, have been very clearly outwards looking. They have the deep appreciation of the island's integration into the global economy, and everyone understands that we are all currently operating in a geopolitical challenging environment, where we together must ensure that international trade can keep delivering for Ireland and Europe as it has been doing for many years. If you look at the number of the European companies depending on international business, so we are talking about 700,000 companies, many of them small and medium-sized enterprise, who are supporting more than 30 million jobs across the EU and contribute almost half of the European GDP. If you look at it from the Irish perspective, so you have 752,000 jobs depending on trade here in Ireland. So it's 1 out of 3 jobs is one way or another involved in import-export business. And Ireland is one of the exporting superpowers, definitely of the European Union, but I think on a global scale as well, because you can find here the strong businesses almost in all walks of life, from distilleries in Dublin to pharmaceutical factories in Westport. And of course, as we've been discussing yesterday, you are also agri-food exporting superpower. You are exporting more than 20 billion euros of agri-food products all over the world, and you are very competitive, and therefore I think that you can be even more self-confident that whatever the deals come in your way, your products will always be on the top shelf, because you are so strong in the quality, you are so strong in reliability, and also we are so strong in marketing of your products. The Taoiseach commented, and I very much appreciated the way how you did it, Taoiseach, on the deal with the US. And indeed, as he said, I absolutely agree with him, that the goal was to restore the stability and predictability that our economy and our companies needed. At the same time, we've been doing our utmost to look for the new markets for European exports, and we've been looking into new openings, how to help to get these companies the critical raw materials, sources, ingredients they need for their production. So simply, they can take better care of the consumers. They can be more competitive with better prices, and therefore also we introduced this change in the European Commission, where the Trade Commissioner is not responsible only for trade, but also for economic security, which is becoming more and more important, because we have learned in the course of the last few years that practically everything could be weaponized, from the supply of energies down to the rare earth or even medical protective material. And we just simply have to be much more aware of the challenges of today's world and be better prepared for the future. Therefore, we would like to present to the European Union before the end of the year a new doctrine on economic security of the European Union, which I hope will offer the useful pointers where we collectively, as a Team Europe, member states and the European institutions have to work together. Talking about going after the 80% of the global trade. 20% we are trading with the United States of America, but there is still 80% left out there for trade to be done with the rest of the world. And I very much appreciate the Irish support for our deal with Indonesia, as you know, it's the biggest Muslim country, the strongest economy in Southeast Asia. And I'm sure that the deal will set a new, very high benchmark for the negotiations which we are pursuing at a great pace with Philippines, Thailand, and Malaysia. And when I was at the ASEAN summit last week, we concluded that we want everything done and dusted before the summit EU-ASEAN in 2027, when we will be marking, I think, 40th anniversary of our diplomatic relations. We are very actively pursuing the deal with the United Arab Emirates and with India. And I believe that with both of these partners, we can make very significant advances already in coming weeks and months. If you allow to conclude on one very important remark, because Ireland, in a crucial debate and discussion, was always able to move the needle where it matters. And especially when we are approaching Irish presidency next year, where a lot of very crucial dossiers would be on the table of the presidency, and therefore it's very good to have the trusted partner in those times to deal with very complex issues which are ahead of us. If you allow, I would like to conclude on a few remarks and positive discussions I had yesterday and this morning with Taoiseach on Mercosur. We listened very, very carefully to the position of the Irish government and clarifications needed, which have been presented as early as January of this year. We've been in close contact with the representatives of Irish farmers. We had also the possibility of yesterday to speak to the representatives. And I just would like to reassure you that the proposal we put on the table on the 3rd of September 2025, it's definitely not the same as it was in December 2024, and even less than in December 2019. And this is a good thing, because I believe we improved the deal. I believe we listened to your concern, and we went in unprecedented lengths to work on additional safeguards, which I believe should reassure Irish government, Irish farmers associations, and Irish people that this mechanism which we put on the table would further reinforce the strong safeguard mechanism which would protect sensitive Irish and European products against any harmful surge in imports from Mercosur. On top of it, we are pursuing very ambitious agenda, making sure that the farmers would be less burdened by bureaucracy, less burdened by administrative obligations, and we are also putting on the table new measures to address the concerns, including on pesticides, animal welfare, and SPS, simply to make sure that the conditions for the farmers in the EU are similar to the farmers from whom we will be importing in the future. And final point, which I would like to make, is that we are kind of combining all these efforts, strategic vision for agriculture, all the safeguards, in this case for a Mercosur deal, with our multi-annual financial framework, which, as you know, it's our proposal for the 7 years budget. Again, there to be absolutely sure that in unlikely even that something is not working as it's supposed to be, we will have a strong financial unity safety net with a total capacity of 6.3 billion to support farmers and to make sure that this more than 900 million a year is there for the case it might be needed in the future. And all this, I'm very much looking forward to discuss in a greater detail with the Taoiseach. So let me to conclude once again for the kind attention of Taoiseach, for the trust, friendship, and close cooperation we built over the years, even though we've been discussing many other topics in the past. I would like to also thank the colleagues from the delegation, Peter Power, for organizing this event, and of course the DG Trade, which is very close to my heart, because I saw that they They got a very impressive audience for us this morning to discuss what matters the most to make sure that Europe is strong, that we remain the biggest trader on this planet, we stay committed to multilateral rules-based trading practices, and simply ready to advance fair trade agenda for the future. Thank you very much.
Yeah, a moment of musical chairs. Is this working now? Yeah, okay, thank you. My name is David O'Sullivan, and I have the pleasure to moderate a discussion between Commissioner Šefčovič, who we just heard, and the Taoiseach Simon Harris, who has joined us. I have to give a warning that I think we were scheduled, we're running a little late, but the Taoiseach unfortunately has a hard stop at 11:05, so we'll try to manage that. I think we've had two very powerful introductory speeches. I must say the Taoiseach's speech for me was particularly interesting in the emphasis he put on trade. And Maroš, thank you for your remarks. I'd like, if I may, to start with the elephant in the room, so to speak, which is the United States. I mean, this is where everything has changed. You've been traveling, you've been in the Taoiseach's constituency, you've been listening to people. You were also very instrumental, and you were in the room when the deal was struck. I personally think, as a former Director General of Trade, I actually thought it was a very good deal. An imperfect deal for all the reasons we know, but I actually was very impressed. But can you share with us kind of your thoughts about it, and what you've been hearing from the Irish stakeholders, and how you see maybe this deal going forward? I mean, how we're now going to, we've created some stability, but there are still going to be a number of challenges. But can you give us your impressions and how you think it'll go forward?
Thank you. Thank you very much, David. Of course, I'll be happy to. The first, I think what was very important, and it took us a couple of visits to US to realize that what the United States is looking for is fundamental transformation of their place in the global trading framework. They just fundamentally wanted to change how the trade was done. There was a strong feeling that the global trade is operating in a way which is not helpful to the American goals to reindustrialize, to kind of get into the new balance from their perspective, and that there is a strong consensus around this policy on both sides of an aisle, and that very clear determination to achieve this goal. So then, of course, we've been looking for the ways how to work on stabilization, predictability, and how to put the EU-US relations on, I would say, new platform with a new US administration. Of course, it was, as you rightly pointed out, a big challenge in the end. I think we got a very good deal. I think I would ask anyone to compare it with other deals, and then you can draw your conclusions. And of course, at the beginning of the reactions, especially from some of my colleagues in Brussels, been very, very critical, because clearly it's depart from what we had there before the 2nd of April. But we also have to be very clear that the world is not going to come back to the situation before the 2nd of April, because around, I would say, these policies, there is strong political consensus. If you talk to Republicans or Democrats, I mean, that's the way United States wants to go forward, and therefore we just have to factor it in that there is a strong political will to pursue this avenue. And therefore, I think now we are in the situation that we see how this deal is being applied, and I have to say that everything what was agreed in the joint statement was properly reflected in the 2 executive orders of the President Trump. It was also translated into the Federal Register Notice, which is kind of like an instruction or manual for the US Customs, what to charge and how to reimburse the money which you already paid. So everything until now was faithfully implemented, and I think it kind of brings back feeling of more predictability and stability for the businesses. At the same time, I do not want to overinterpret the stage where we are, because clearly we have a huge trade relationship. As Tishak rightly commented on, this is the biggest trade relationship on the planet. And therefore, there will be, I would say, permanent challenges. There is a lot of discussions going on with our American partners on various sectors, on different parts of the businesses. And we also have clearly our interest to lower the tariffs, especially for steel sector, for derivatives. I know how important the wines and spirit sector is. We want to discuss medical devices, and I'm sure that we will have also a very important discussion about pharmaceutical industry, about ingredients for this industry, a lot of other issues, including rules of origin, because there is a strong insistence from US side just to make sure that if the European exports are landing in US ports, that these are really European exports. And then, as David, with huge expertise on rules of origin, knows, these are always very challenging discussions. So what I want to say is that we have to be prepared for this, I would say, permanent relationship management. I hope that we would develop a certain process, as we managed to do between EU and the UK, that the problems are there, but they are being solved on a continuous basis without huge political drama. And it took us a time. It took us a couple of years. So, and I think that we might be in a similar situation here, but we have to talk, we have to negotiate, we had to avoid this breaking point, because I'm absolutely 100% convinced that the deal is much better than the trade war. And that alternative, when we look at it from any perspective, from any assessment on the numbers, would be very devastating for the European economy. And therefore, I'm absolutely convinced that we made the responsible political choice in this late July meeting in Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you, Erba. I agree with you that rules of origin is the most important trade subject that nobody understands. So, Taoiseach, you have obviously the President von der Leyen and Commissioner Šefčovič were in the lead, but the member states were consulted closely. I know that you followed these negotiations very intensively, keep making sure that Ireland's interests were in the minds of the Commission. What's your assessment, and what do you think the Commissioner has been hearing in his trip around Ireland over the last day or so?
So the first thing is, it's important to say thank you, and thank you, Maris, for the excellent job you have done. We're very fortunate to have a commissioner with great experience, but also with great patience in terms of trying to get this framework agreement in place. And I think the process was very collaborative in terms of the Commission linking with the member states. And that was a key point, David, because let's not forget even very recent history. There was an effort at the start to see if Europe could be divided and to see if countries could be picked off based on their own national interest. And for all that people talk about different views in the European Union, and of course there are different views for 27 member states. In my experience, anytime anybody actually tries to divide Europe, what happens? It becomes more united. But that doesn't happen by accident. It takes a lot of work, and I think that process was very good. I had the best part of an hour-long meeting with Howard Lutnick in DC last week. And I mean, a couple of thoughts following on from that. The first thing was a genuine satisfaction on the US side that there is now a framework agreement with the EU, and certainly warmer language towards Europe than perhaps we had experienced at the start of the process. In fact, it was said to me in the meeting, you know, Europe is not our foe, Europe is not the enemy. And that's important, because clearly isn't. We're so interdependent on so many parts of our economic relationship. Secondly, the benefit of having an agreement is becoming so clear. There were far too many people who were almost giddy with excitement, trying to suggest that the European Union didn't get as good a deal as others. And they've all been proven to be incorrect now. And if you look, for example, at the comparisons that were made originally between the deal the European Union got with the US and the deal our neighbours and friends in the UK got with the US, there was an attempt to suggest that at a headline rate, the UK had gotten a much better deal. But of course, that wasn't comparing apples with apples at all. And we're beginning to see the benefit now of having an all-in and inclusive deal from a European Union perspective. We're also seeing where there's still a lot of moving parts in relation to, let's say, pharma more broadly from the United States. We're seeing the benefit of having a 15% cap, if you like, on a maximum tariff in the pharma sector. Only hours after I left Secretary Lutnick's at the meeting in the Department of Commerce, I saw President Trump's Truth Social post talking about 100% tariffs on pharma. And I thought, well, thank God we have a framework agreement that caps at 15%. So yes, we're much better to have an agreement. It's really important now that we build up that trust insofar as we both can, in terms of showing that this is an agreement being implemented, it's an agreement working, and I know the Commission and Member States, and indeed Ireland during our presidency, will be determined to show that. But there are obviously things still to do, and I think what the Commissioner will have heard, and I know he'll have heard because I was with him when he heard it, we, and when I say we, the European Union, would have liked to see a carve-out for the drinks industry. I think I see ambassadors from many other European countries here that they would have liked to see it too, because the drinks industry is a very important industry for the European Union. It's very important here in Ireland, but it's also very important for the United States of America. And they've missed a trick here, because I know there are Irish drinks companies and I know there are European drinks companies that were intending to invest more in the United States that have paused those investment decisions as a result of the 15% tariff. So that's an area I hope, as we continue to implement the agreement, we can return to, and there's enabling language in the framework agreement that is good. Secondly, in relation to pharma, there is still more work to do around definitions, around what generics is, and we should continue to work to be really, really ambitious around pharma. And I welcome the proposals that the Commission is considering around how we can work in some form of European task force on the issue of pharma, bringing together member states, industry that have a key interest in this. And the third area I would flag is the area of medtech. There's a Section 232 underway there. I got the very strong sense from the meeting last week that the US has an open mind in terms of how to engage on that. And then the last issue I'd flag, David, which I know the Commissioner is continuing to work intensively on, is the issue of steel and aluminium derivatives. So when steel and aluminium came out, that wasn't an issue that greatly affected Ireland. When they brought in the derivatives and it added in an extra 400 odd categories, that's had a real impact now. And you will have heard from our farmers in terms of agricultural machinery, forklifts, and the likes as well. So there's a lot more to do, but we have, I suppose, an architecture now in which to try and advance this agenda, and that's a hell of a lot better than the alternative and the chaos that would have brought.
Thank you, Taoiseach. Commissioner, you've spent a lot of time on the US, obviously, and it's hugely important. But as the Taoiseach reminded us, I mean, it's 20% of our trade, but 80% goes elsewhere. So you have another job, which is to negotiate agreements with the rest of the world, some of which are very advanced, CETA, Mercosur, one of which is just recently signed in Indonesia. So, and you're also engaged now with the UAE, which is the first time we've started with the Gulf state, because previously we tried to negotiate a global agreement with the GCC, and that held us up for a long time. So how do you see this other agenda, this diversification agenda, and what kind of time frame do you see, and what kind of issues do you think will arise in those other agreements?
Thank you very much, David. You're absolutely right that we have to go after this remaining 80% with lots of energy and determination, because we are global traders. As I was highlighting in my remarks, almost half of our GDP and 30 million jobs very much depend on how well we do in global trade. So therefore, I have to say that this new position of the US administration kind of provided additional motivation, not only for us, but also for our partners to negotiate faster. So our phones are ringing non-stop. We are working around the clock. After the deal was struck in Mercosur in Montevideo, I think it was the 4th or 5th of December, because I am now the longest serving commissioner in this new college. So I kind of volunteered to take this designated survivor role for Christmas and the new role that one commissioner has to be in place. And then our Mexican friends told me, so once you are anywhere locked up in Berlaymont, let's negotiate the Mexican deal. So we used the Christmas and the New Year break very, very efficiently. And it was very clear that you need this political leadership, and I would say this fresh look, and that how much more beneficial is to have the agreement now than in maybe better, more advantageous stage in 3 or 4 years, because you need the market access now. So we concluded very quickly Mexico, and then you saw that suddenly the Europe became very, very attractive partner, because we are predictable. We have to follow the legal procedures. We have the courts where you can appeal, and we are just a reliable partner. And what is very important element, which I was yesterday underscoring with all the meetings with the Irish stakeholders here in Dublin, but also in Wicklow, you cannot find a single free trade agreement which the European Union has signed, which didn't lead to the massive surge of trade, more job created on the both sides of the agreement, shared prosperity, and much more value added created on the both sides of that new partnership. And we have a lot of these agreements. We have 44 free trade agreements with more than 70 countries, and now we are adding the new ones. And I think this is now much more appreciated than before. Therefore, I believe that we found such a winning formula for Southeast Asia in our negotiations with Indonesia, where we found the responses to all the sensitive chapters, to critical raw materials, to sensitive commodities, to export licensing, to sustainability clauses, to all the things which are important for us. And I believe that this would help us to accelerate the negotiations with Thailand, Philippines, and Malaysia. And I believe that we can definitely conclude them in the course of the next year. So by 2027, we can say that kind of ASEAN countries, to a great extent, are covered. And maybe what is the last part of my job, because on the UAE in India we already talk about, I also feel that we need to upgrade the agreements we already have. This year I was signing new digital agreement with Singapore, and upgrade of agreements with Japan and Korea from the perspective of digital trade. And I think this would apply to most of our agreements, because some of them, when we've been signing them, the digital trade simply didn't exist. And I see how the services are playing important role, how much more efficient it would be to use e-invoicing, e-signatures for the agreement with Indonesia, how much you can reduce the cost by modernizing this agreement. So these would be, I would say, next to do things. The good thing is that Europe is a very attractive partner, very much appreciated because we keep the word, and we are reliable, and we are measured in what we want. And then to modernize it in a way that it would be easier for our business operators, especially for SMEs, by offering them all these digital means which make it easier and more user-friendly access to these new markets.
Tánaiste, this is a huge agenda. We heard the Taoiseach speak very supportively from Ireland's perspective, but as a politician, you'll also know that trade deals are not universally popular and can be sometimes difficult to sell. And we've had some problems in Ireland, perhaps persuading certain constituencies about the value. How do you see this evolving now, and particularly the Commission's responsiveness to the kind of issues that are being raised?
Yeah, well, firstly, we live in a democratic union. So it's very important that our citizens, our stakeholders feel a part of all of the decisions that we make. And therefore, it's appropriate that we have very clear provisions at an EU level as to how we adopt trade agreements, so that the voices of the citizens of the European Union through their democratically elected governments can be heard. That is a strength of our union, not a disadvantage. I mean, this country is proudly a country that values trade. It's massively benefited our economy, our society. It's provided so many opportunities for businesses, big and large. And I fully endorse the Commissioner's comments in terms of the opportunity to upgrade existing agreements as well. I fully support his agenda, which is our agenda, in terms of identifying more markets in which to sell our goods, sell our products, sell our wares. And I think, again, it can't be the job of the European Union or its member states to reduce itself to commentating on everything that happens in the United States for the next 4 years. We also have to look at what we can control. And building up our own opportunities, new markets, market diversification is a very sensible thing. And at a domestic level, we're doing that as well. We've just published a new plan and an action plan on market diversification, putting supports in there to assist our businesses. When it comes to Mercosur, I really welcome the Commissioner being here, being on the ground, engaging, listening with our farming community. I think that's key. I know you gave that commitment. You wanted to be here. Your colleague, the Agriculture Commissioner, has been here as well. I look forward to hearing the outcome of that feedback from the stakeholders, and we'll try and work our way constructively through these issues. We do have specific concerns in this country on Mercosur. That's not a surprise to anybody. We're not the only member state that has those concerns, but I look forward to considering the proposals that the Commission have now brought forward.
Commissioner, the dramatic change of US policy has also shifted the sort of global landscape. The WTO is under pressure. Some would even say that the Bretton Woods institutions are under pressure. How do you see Europe navigating this now with the trade agreements that we set out? On the one hand, maintaining high standards, dealing with, say, unfair competition, a lot of what China does, and we haven't talked about China, but we don't have a deal with China. We maybe have an investment agreement, but we're not there yet, and we're certainly not talking about a trade deal. And yet there are many trade issues with China. And how do you see, in the WTO, we have tried to have a sort of alternative to the appellate body, a coalition of the willing in free trade. Do you see opportunities for Europe to be active in this, in the large parts of the rest of the world who still want to work with some kind of rules-based system?
I totally agree with the morning remarks of Taoiseach, who said that despite of all the turmoil and transformation of the global trading patterns, still the overwhelming majority of global trading is based on WTO principles, on WTO rules, and simply this is, I would say, the basis upon which the global trade is happening. Having said all that, we also feel that there is a certain fatigue in the WTO system. I attended for the first time the WTO ministerials in the margin of the OECD a couple of months ago, and there was around 40 trade ministers around the table together with Dr. Ngozi, Director General of WTO. And there was not a single minister, including the Director General, who wouldn't underline how important it is to accomplish deep reform of the WTO. I'm sure that they've been probably presenting their views from different angles, but the feeling is that the system, as it's operating right now, has extremely long decision making processes, that it takes us years and years and years to approve the important decisions for the global trade. I think the decision of fisheries took us 10 years. You would probably recall better, David. Then, of course, there is a lot of other issues which clearly call for setting up, I would say, the new ways how we can speed up the WTO decision making. And I think here the European Union can offer a lot from our own experience. I mean, we have very good experience with so-called reinforced cooperation. Not all the countries are in Schengen, not all the countries have euro. So there was kind of a group of the countries who decided to cooperate more in certain aspects. There was only one condition: it has to be good for the euro, and it has to be open for others if they are ready and want to join. And I think that this should be kind of I would say one of the principles which will help us to kind of work with those who want to move faster in some kind of plurilateral formats on the basis of the WTO. I think we need to address the issue of lack of appellate body, because now we are in a situation that if you want to avoid transactional or power-based decision making, then you need to have functioning dispute settlement mechanism. And as you know very well, we do not have this last stage of the appellate body, because simply it's blocked. I don't think it's going to be unblocked. So what we are doing right now, we are canvassing the support. So far, we have more than 60 countries who are ready to work on so-called plurilateral arrangement. It's called multi-party interim arbitration arrangement, which says that for these 60 countries, if there is a trade dispute, and if we use the panel created under this MPIA, we would respect the outcome. And so these are just, I would say, the two glimpses of the thoughts which we need to do. But what would be a big challenge? You mentioned China. We also need a system which would cover much better the issue, which is more and more important for our discussions: illegal subsidies, the non-transparent state schemes, not clear local content parameters for trade, different limits for the public procurement, and a lot of other things which are simply harming the level playing field, because you are increasingly finding yourself in the situation that your companies in the particular country are in much worse conditions than their companies in ours, and that of course builds the tension, it builds the problems, and of course it has direct impact on how the trade balance look like. So these are the issues which we are discussing also with our Chinese counterparts. I have to say that there is very assertive approach from China on many of these issues. So we have a lot of difficult topics on the table, and I think the only way there is to be very open, vocal, and look for the solutions. But we definitely do not have the easy discussion on many of these topics.
Honestly, you'll take over the presidency in the second half of next year. How do you see Ireland's role in helping to set the agenda as part of our presidency and for these issues into next year?
So specifically from a trade point of view, we should never forget that the biggest trade opportunity we have is to do more with each other. And the completion of the single market should never be overlooked when we keep on talking about new markets. We actually are part of a massive market where we still have an incomplete journey. And certainly from an Irish perspective, we will be supportive of all efforts and will wish to play a constructive role during our presidency in terms of trying to advance that agenda. At a practical level, and I see indeed many of the stakeholders here in this room today, we're undertaking currently the process of identifying presidency priorities. It's harder to try and predict where the world will be now than it perhaps would have been in the not too distant past. So we're obviously undertaking that and indeed liaising with the trio of presidencies with Lithuania and Greece specifically as well. But it won't come as a surprise to anyone that we will obviously want to see a focus on the competitiveness agenda. And trying to continue to advance some of the good work and good proposals coming from the mandate of this commission. We'll also see, we're proudly, I mean, this country is proudly in the European Union. It's the best decision we made since independence. It's been transformational at every level. But we're a country proudly in the European Union that also believes we know the US well. And we'll want to continue to take that constructive approach to implementing the agreement between the US and the EU and trying to help be that bridge across the Atlantic, because it's been a very turbulent period of time. That is unlikely to change. But therefore it's going to require that constant management that the Commissioner talks about, and that will be a priority. And of course, continuing the work on defence and security. And I want people to know, particularly people from outside of Ireland, that while this is a country that is militarily unaligned, it's not a country that is politically unaligned when it comes to the issue of Ukraine. We have a war on the continent of Europe. We've got to take our own defence and security seriously in this country and across the European Union. And we have to stand with Ukraine and the people of Ukraine for as long as it takes.
Well, thank you very much, Taoiseach. And obviously, wearing my sanctions hat, I couldn't agree with you more on the last point. I also agree very much with your point about the single market. I mean, the unfinished business of 92, as set out in the Draghi report, could it in itself make an economic transformation way beyond the value of any of the trade deals, important though they will be. I'm afraid we've run out of time, so I would, Peter, you're, sorry? 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, well, in that case, I'll take three very quick questions in succession and please have a question mark at the end of the sentence and make it a short sentence. Did you know Sven?
Coming from Denmark, good friend of Ireland. And one issue I would like to take up is how to deal with China. One proposal have been that we could work closer with this big group of countries around the Pacific Ocean in the CPTPP, I think it's right, and maybe even join that organization, not necessarily for short-term trade purposes, but in order to have a framework for a closer dialogue with China, where we have other friends in the room. UK is there. So is that possible?
Okay, thank you. A gentleman here. And then I see one hand down there, so that's... Mike, please.
Sorry, Ambassador of Italy, I have a question on the trade negotiations on the file of Australia, which was very close to be done. And I don't know if maybe what happened with the United States, negative and positive now with the deal, and also the improvements in Southeast Asia agreements, negotiations might help us to get also that agreement done.
Thank you. There's a lady back there. Yes, one hand. I just see the hand. That'll be our last question.
Hello, Leah Sullivan, Climate Action Network Europe. What would the speakers say to the fact that the EU's bilateral investment treaties, through their ISDS, investor state dispute settlement provisions, are being used to challenge EU sanctions policy, not only with regard to the agreements between European Union countries and Russia, but also between EU countries and Ukraine?
Subject dear to my heart, ISDS, but I'm not the speaker. Thomas, you okay? Irish first, please.
Thank you very much. First, the question of on Swan, because I think we can very well link it also with the question of Italian ambassador. What is remarkably different in the positioning of China is that we had like a ongoing discussion from time to time, the dispute with China over the last few years, and if I recall correctly, more than 160 trade defense instruments with been kind of deployed, many of them against China, where we found some practices which were not in accordance with the WTO disciplines or rules. Of course, it was something which been criticized by China, but it kind of didn't have kind of dramatic effects on the trade flows from the both sides. This year, it's different. We see, as I said, very assertive action of the unprecedented scale, brandy, pork, export licensing for rare earth, creating lots of problems with permanent magnet supplies for machinery production in Europe, which is of course very problematic for our manufacturers. And I would say there's very tough attitude. I was kind of hoping that the summit in July between the President of the Commission, President of the European Council, and President of China and the Prime Minister would clear up the air and remove some of these very difficult topics from the table, but it didn't happen. So I think here we are in a very complex situation because of this new attitude, and also because I think the very difficult negotiations going on between China and US. So I mean, it's kind of everything what moves in that space is very vigilantly observed by China, and they're taking a strong action on all fronts. And I think this is again one of very important relationship where which requires very careful management. And on the CPTPP, for those who don't know, I will try to translate this abbreviation. So it's Comprehensive Partnership, Transatlantic and Trans-Pacific group of countries, which was actually initiated by the US many years ago, one so-called TPP. Then they decided they're abandoning this group, and but this group felt that they can gain a lot from cooperating together. UK was invited to join, and we also got an invitation for what also would be at this stage our favorite option, and this is so-called structured cooperation. It means that with many of the CPTPP partners, we already have free trade agreements which are much deeper than what is the, let's say, trading arrangement among themselves. So we would like to build on these much deeper trade agreements, and as I told you, starting from Indonesia down to Malaysia, we believe that very soon that all the most important ASEAN countries would be covered. We have agreement with Japan, with Korea, with Singapore, with Canada, with UK. So what we want to do through this structured cooperation, and I should actually fly over. I think it's in Australia, because they have currently the presidency to formalize hopefully this structured partnership between us. It would be very important political signal that 30% of the global trade is working together, that to look at what could be our common agenda. And one of the points I clearly feel we can look at is this digital trade superstructure, because all these agreements are in the same shape as ours, that they need this added structure because it was simply not there when these agreements been signed. So I hope that this will happen within before Christmas, and that would also give us the possibility to look again at the deal with Australia, which in many aspects would be very welcome because of the critical raw materials, because of the strength of the economy, but there are also the sensitive sides of it, and they will not go away. So we probably would have to carefully look at that if we decide to go in that direction, that this time we would succeed, because otherwise it would be signal, and this time negative. So we should restart when we know we can finish it as we did with Switzerland, that I told them, look, to fail second time is not an option. So if we start, we have to be able to finish, and I think that's also the position with Australia. And I believe that with Don Farrell we have very good personal relationship, that we will really responsibly assess all the choices. And concerning on the investment, David, I would gladly pass it to you, because I think you have more experience in this regard than me.
Well, I'm actually going to pass it to Latonis. No, I'm happy to say a word on the investment if somebody wants me to, but Latonis, I know you've got a time constraint. What would you like to add?
No, I do, but look, just and please do, but just on the question of China, I mean, a couple of points. I mean, I think it's important that the European Union continues to have its own strategic position and policy position in relation to China, and not be bounced into any other position by any other part of the world, and that is our position, to try and de-risk but not decouple. We had the Chinese foreign minister here. I do think there is an irony in the United States position, because actually, while talking a lot about China, by withdrawing from multilateralism in many ways, it's actually providing an opportunity for China, who are actively taking that opportunity and communicating it to many countries, most particularly the global south. There are opportunities to do more with China. There are opportunities to try and grow our links with China. But there's a very big but, and is articulated by Kaya Kallas on behalf of European member states, which is very hard to have conversations about doing more when you have a country that is helping to fund and support the Russian war on the European continent. And we cannot overlook that reality that there are still parts of the world outside of Europe that want to do more with Europe while continuing to fund Putin's war of aggression on the European continent, and that's no small matter.
Thank you very much. What a great start to the conference. Great speech from the Taoiseach. Great, I think, panel this morning with the Taoiseach and the Commissioner, and two very interesting panels coming up. So I'd like to thank Commissioner Šefčovič and the Taoiseach Simon Harris for this conversation. And now we will move to a coffee break, right? And I'd be happy to discuss ISDS with you over coffee.
Sure, merging with the background, I wore my European blue. I think is the good. Welcome back, everyone. I think we can get going with this panel discussion on competitiveness and economic security. Economic security for many decades was something we hardly spoke about. We just took it for granted. It was always about price and efficiency, but the world has fundamentally changed, and economic security is back on the agenda with a bang. Security of supply, concerns about the weaponization of trade, are all issues that are getting an awful lot of attention and becoming part of the policy mix. With a panel to discuss this, we have Dr. Frances Ruan, who's chairperson of the National Productivity and Competitiveness Council, amongst other things. Peter Sandler, who's the Director of Economic Security at DG Trade at the European Commission in Brussels. Una Fitzpatrick, who's the Director of Technology Ireland at IBEC, and Andy Bounds, who's the Brussels-based EU correspondent at Financial Times, who specialises in trade issues, amongst other things. So the format today is I'll put a question to each of the panelists to kick things off, and they'll sort of give their thoughts on that question, anything else they want to mention in the first 7 or so minutes each. We'll have a discussion amongst ourselves a little bit more after that, and then we'll take questions from the floor with a hard stop at 12:30. So, Frances, to kick things off, question for you. As Ireland is one of the most open countries in the world economically, what are the risks for Ireland of fragmentation of the global economy, the transatlantic economy? How exposed is Ireland?
I think past 50 years have been the best thing in the world for small countries in Europe, because it gave a market that was safe and secure and approachable by all countries. Is that okay? Sorry, I turned it off. Let me go back. Apologies. So I've just seen the last 50 years has been a fantastic period for small countries in Europe. We've had access to a big and growing European market, and then we've had European trade agreements with other parts of the world, which have allowed us to grow. So there's a sense in which some things stay the same. In other words, we're still part of that big and growing European market. For small countries, that's particularly important because we don't have that strategic power that large countries have. And if we didn't have the European Union now, we would certainly need it, because we're now in a world of strategic trade blocks. So I think that's a really important part of it. So are we, are we any more challenged than everybody else? I don't think we're particularly more challenged than everybody else. Obviously, our dependence in trade with the United States is bigger than for other people. And if you think about it, I mean, as somebody who studied international trade many years ago, there was always the idea that you trade first, then you do foreign direct investment, and then you service that market locally and maybe other markets. What has been unusual for Ireland is being that we got foreign direct investment from America into Ireland as an export platform to sell into Europe. But because of the way global supply chains went, effectively, American companies in Europe and in Ireland in particular, are exporting back to the United States. And you can see how that is the galling view of where the President of the United States is looking at it. Why are our companies in Ireland selling back to us? And actually, there's no part of international trade here that tell you that would happen, other than a dynamic story, which is that they came to Ireland to service the EU market, which is the reason they came originally. But the fact that a lot of, particularly in the pharma sector, but in other sectors, centres of excellence grew around the world. So you're getting trade flows in particular directions. So we're at the centre of that. Could there be some decoupling? Yes, I think we could lose a certain amount, but I think we've built a strength now based on the strong relationship into Europe, which I don't see changing. So, for example, you could ask the question of whether or not American companies that are currently selling back to the US might sell more into Europe or sell more to the rest of the world. So there's a lot of issues to be resolved, but I think we're actually probably in quite a good place rather than a weak place in a European context.
Right. Okay. Peter, what sort of mix there was in your promote, protect, and partner pillars? What can the European position be? The EU?
Excuse me, sorry. Peter, the promote, protect, and partner pillars have been mentioned in relation to the EU response. Would you elaborate a bit more on what the EU can do in this new era of blockalization, as it's been called, and greater trade tensions?
Yeah.
It was on already. The red is
very happy to do that, and I think it's right to take as the starting point, the question: what are we trying to achieve? Economic security is not a concept which has been defined in any detail yet by the European Commission. But when I'm talking about it, I tend to talk about serious actions, a policy mix which allows us to continue to act independently in a very difficult global environment. So we try to do that, and the Commissioner alluded to that, through three pillars. So action to promote, action to protect, as you say, and action to partner, to do it together with other countries. What does that mean in practice? It's things like promoting areas of technology and leadership which still exists in Europe. It's things like the investments which are going into AI and our so-called AI mega factories. We've just done a new call for businesses, and I'm sure within Ireland there are going to be businesses on the IT side that are going to be looking at that and the possibilities it offers. It's looking at ways in which we can build out the resilience of our supply chains and our economies. We're not a resource-rich continent. We're very dependent, for example, on China, on rare earths. Maybe I'll say a word more about that in a moment. So we need to take action to try to change our approaches in terms of critical raw materials, for example. And we're taking steps there to promote the development of and the refining and the mining for minerals, and putting European money into that. Projects in Europe, but also projects around the world. So action to promote technology and to promote technology leadership, using tools that we have, like the screening of foreign investment when it comes into the European Union. And as you were saying, Ireland has been a tremendous recipient of foreign investment. But we need to ensure that the investments which are coming in are not going to harm our security or our public order. And we've got a framework in place. It actually just celebrated its 5th birthday this week. We've dealt over the period with more than 2,000 cases. It hasn't impacted investment into the European Union or slowed it down, but it has provided an additional layer of protection. But other things like looking at businesses, for example, from China that are investing, and whether subsidies that they're receiving on the home market have an impact on or give them an unfair advantage when trying to be involved in mergers in the European Union or procure in the European Union. So different tools which are there, or our so-called anti-coercion instrument to tackle trade bullies. So over the last few years, we've been toughening our toolbox, so we've got more options to protect. But it's also very true, and that's the lesson I think we take from also the experience of Ireland, that this is not something we can do alone. As Ireland has grown through the single market and then through the network of trade agreements that the European Union has developed, we realise that there are lots of options to diversify and spread our wings through the sorts of trade agreements we're putting in place. And that partnering, making the most of the 74 countries that are covered by trade arrangements and trade agreements, is a great strength when we want to diversify or have a more resilient economy. So there's this mix, and the real questions are about the dosage that we want to put in place between these different elements. And it's also about the strength or the leverage that we have on our side, and maybe being a bit more robust and a bit tougher in the way in which we're engaging with partners around the world outside the pure domain of trade agreements themselves. And that's part of the reality we're waking up to. Just to finish with an example, so at the moment China has very new controls over permanent magnets and rare earth elements. These are permanent magnets go into everything from computer-driven machinery tools, machine tools, to cars, to a lot of clean technologies. They've put in place a licensing system in response to the tariffs that came out of the US initially. but they've been doing that in a way which has slowed the supply chains and created real blockage. We need to be responding with short-term action, which we're doing to try and help EU businesses that are suffering from not being able to get the magnets that they need. But that's not the long-term solution. We need to diversify. We need to have other sources of supply. We need options when it comes to accessing different minerals, and that's a long-term process. That's something which takes 5 years or longer, and we're putting in place some of the tools to do that. And the challenge for economic security is how, in the period, the gap, how do you manage that? How do we actually ensure that these things are not weaponized in a way which puts us at a major disadvantage, which means what strengths do we have in Europe? What dependencies do others have on us that maybe can be put into play? I'll stop there.
Thank you, Peter. Una, turning to you from the tech perspective, the change in EU trade and security policies, how does that affect the tech sector? And how do you rate the EU's response overall? I certainly know a lot of the tech companies, American tech companies based here, have been quite critical, and the whole issue has become controversial, not just in the area of how the companies operate, but sort of spilt over into this free speech. But we're not talking about that today. It's just the security and how that affects your sector.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I suppose in terms of the tech sector, you know, it's become increasingly clear that kind of trade policy and digital policy is actually diplomatic policy as well. And we're hearing more around digital diplomacy. So I think in terms of, you know, from the tech sector in Ireland, really pushing for that open and rules-based international trade system, and making sure that from a tech sector perspective, if you want to engage in the European market, if you want to be active in the European market, once you're abiding by the rules and the framework set out by Europe, that you should be able to access that market. And again, you know, in terms of from a, I suppose, security aspect, you know, we often talk about, you know, the importance of digital infrastructure. And I know we were discussing earlier around subsea cables. You know, there is a security element to digital infrastructure. And, you know, we often talk about what are the vulnerabilities. And I suppose geopolitics and trade tensions do cross in there. So I think what has really been called for, I suppose, is more clarity and kind of legal frameworks around the concerns, the preparedness if there are damages around digital infrastructure and maybe subsea cables in particular, to address any vulnerabilities and to use those international trade organizations, be it WTO, G7, the EU-US Tech and Trade Council, to address a lot of these concerns, and I suppose, you know, come to an agreement on protocols around such issues. From our perspective, you know, with strategic technologies and access to Europe, it is important that there is, I think, you know, clear guidance in terms of what is required to engage in the European market. We are hearing more and more around digital sovereignty, you know, data localization, etc. I think we just want clarity on what does that actually mean. Does that mean locking companies out of the market, or is it actually, if you engage with Europe, if you have your, you know, engage with the values, engage with the rules, that you can, you know, engage with the market. For most companies, majority of companies, that's absolutely fine. That's the way they want to engage. But I think it's just some of the language at the moment is being a bit, you know, maybe inflammatory, when actually I think the tone and the message underneath is actually European rules and European values, and companies have no issue with that.
Thank you. Just a question on the EU-US Trade and Technology Council. Is that operating? Is that functioning? Are there meetings taking place?
There are, yes, I'm engaging with some European partners. I think there are some levels of meetings now. I don't know how maybe senior those meetings are, but I know some of the officials have still been engaging, maybe at the kind of more local levels, and through Digital Europe, our trade association, that there have been some engagements and trips to the US in order to reignite those discussions. But it is important that we want to see those continue. I know there had been a period of maybe non-engagement, but maybe now with the European agreement around 15%, that actually provides the opportunity to re-engage and get that group going again.
Okay, thanks. And Andy might also ask you that question, what you're hearing on that, because the Taoiseach, Deputy Prime Minister, previously mentioned that one of his meetings with, was it his counterpart in the US, was it Bessent? Lutnick, that they weren't describing the Europeans as foes. Do you see a sort of softening of that seeming in some quarters in the US administration hostility towards Brussels, and have things settled down a bit?
I mean, I think it's very hard to say, isn't it? I mean, he's been told that by Howard Lutnick. One has to believe him. I'm sure the early tensions have dissipated a bit, right? I mean, I think they accept that Brussels was willing to come to heel and do a deal which was advantageous to the US, which, as we've heard, was probably the only deal available. So therefore, the US has fewer issues with the EU, but I'm sure other ones will probably come up. I mean, if Trump's prepared to, he's just putting tariffs on trucks, that's not covered by the EU trade deal. So truck manufacturers will be paying more. He's putting tariffs on kitchen cabinets, which are covered. But I mean, if he can put tariffs on kitchen cabinets, he could basically tariff anything if he thinks that's a national vital security interest. So I'm sure there'll be future iterations of this. And then the question comes, how many sort of bits on top the EU can tolerate and say this is still worth having, and what the alternatives are. And I think, as Peter said earlier, with a lot of this stuff, you're basically buying time, right, to refit the EU economy and how it works to deal with this new reality, right? And it doesn't happen quickly.
And looking on the options, yes, the options that Europe has. On the one side, it can take more protectionist measures. On the other side, it can go down a more interventionist route. So let's take the car industry, for example. Does Europe want to see its car industry shrink radically, or should it protect its car industry more using tariffs, or should it invest in its car industry? Is that a wise use of European taxpayers' money? Any thoughts on that balance between protectionism and interventionism in this new world of sort of great power politics?
Yeah, I mean, the car industry is a great example, and one again that Peter used because of these magnets. Very, very reliant for certain parts on China, and China has its own car industry, which wants to export to the EU and therefore wants to use those parts for itself. The Chinese car industry on EVs is probably in many cases more advanced than the EU one. So again, you've got this trade issue of trade exists so that the poor producers get knocked out of the market in favor of the better producers, right? But when those better producers are partly helped by over-subsidization and market, dominant. I mean, I'm told there's over 150 EV companies in China. We've only heard of about 5 of them. The rest are probably loss-making, but they're not being allowed to fail. So you've got this is what you're competing with. It's a very hard thing to compete with using classical trade logic, which is where we come into the world of economic security. But all this comes with a price. I might want to save the German car industry, but then I've got to be willing to pay 10,000 euros more for a German car than a Chinese car. Or the European Commission, as they've done, will make Chinese cars more expensive. There's a related issue now with the steel tariffs. So the steel tariffs are trying to save the steel industry, mainly again from Chinese competition. But car producers use steel. So the price of steel in the EU is going to go up. So the price that car producers, and they're actually quite skeptical about the steel tariffs. So which industry do you want to save, steel or cars? It's all interlinked. It's all rather messy. And it will require much more intervention, much more policy making. And the question is, are we sure about which interventions and where we want the policy to go and which industries are vital and which are not? And it does also require this open trade agenda, right? Finding alternative markets for your products and alternative sources of minerals. But if you want to buy those things or sell them to somebody else, they're going to want concessions from you, which is where we come to Mercosur. You're giving away access, potentially hitting your farmers in return for helping your car industry and machine tool industry. Might be some questions about this, but there's also benefits for farmers out of Mercosur, and if you're selling Parmesan, that will now be protected in Argentina, where lots of Argentines make Parmesan because they have Italian roots. So it's not purely some sectors will get hit and some sectors won't. So these are all very, very tricky questions. And I think the Commission is broadly doing a pretty good job of setting out the themes. But when you've got to corral 27 member states who don't all agree.
Well, that's exactly the question I was going to ask you next in terms of your how you view is there a convergence of opinion amongst the 27? Is there a divergence of opinion in this new world where things have changed a lot? You know, the sort of free traders in Northern Europe, everyone sees the economic security as an important issue now, but has there been a convergence of views between the sort of protectionist South and free trading North towards economic security, or are they still very far apart?
I would say there's a convergence. So the traditional free traders are much more economic security minded, such as the Dutch, for example. You know, didn't really want to, but they did put controls on chip making equipment to China. And they are thinking and pushing hard. They want export screening. They want investment screening, you know, export controls. On the other hand, I mean, we heard it from the Tornister, right? That he was very quick to say China, you know, let's not make China the baddie. We don't all have the same view of China. So there's still a difference of opinion around the table. And if you're a member state who's, in order to protect the German car industry, been hit, your pork industry has been hit by Chinese retaliation, you're going to be less keen on, you know, you're going to want that solved, right? And your prime minister, like Pedro Sanchez, has been to China, tried to, you know, make sure that the Chinese know it's not his fault, sort of thing. So it's really, really complicated and difficult.
Yep, that's for sure. So look, if any of the panelists want to pick up on something another panelist said, just to indicate, let me know. Okay. We also have about 150 people online, so I'd like to welcome them. Their questions are coming in. We'll take questions, but not quite yet, from the floor as well. Peter, you wanted to come back.
Yeah, just to pick up on precisely this issue of a bit where I think the member states are and the what type of environment we're in now. I think we're in a place where there has to be much more active management of policy. That you know, there is going to be a process of constant fine-tuning, action, reaction, and one of the challenges is how you manage to get ahead of the game in doing that. On things like electric vehicles, it's very interesting that the measures we put in place, so after a process of investigation, transparent process, rules-based process, we've put in place tariffs which have given a degree of protection for our industry, but not complete protection. We've seen more than 200,000 Chinese vehicles come in, but at a fairer price, and that has given this since the start of the measures, and that has given room for reasonable growth of our own vehicles and our own development. So these tools exist to provide a degree of protection, a buffer to help you manage some of the challenges which are out there. But there are other aspects to this, and as was pointed out, we've also had the retaliatory reaction from China in terms of a number of cases, which, at least in our view, are on a dubious basis on key sectors, and that plays into the politics of all this. And he's absolutely right as well to highlight the trade-off and the choices between different measures, whether inside the EU or taken by other countries in different sectors of the economy. So that needs to be managed. And in an ideal world, we would have had an effective WTO in place, which was able to address and find solutions, as perhaps it did in the 90s and the early parts of the 2000s, which would be able to address the fundamental differences in the economic models which are there and that we see with China. And the last thought in relation to China, but also to other countries where there's a risk, is that I think the key thing is this ability for us independently to form an assessment of the risks that we're potentially facing, and our own assessment of the security concerns, and act on that basis rather than necessarily being dragged one way or another by other players around the world. I say it as if it's something which is easy to do. It's not, it's complicated. But that's part of the challenge that we have to learn to manage. And I think that is where member states are coming to a common view that we need to be much more alert to what we're doing on economic security and using that part of the policy approach to find solutions which will carry us through the next few years.
Francis, can I come to you on a specific around the transatlantic, and as you mentioned, the pharmaceutical industry. What are the measures and how plausible is it that those measures will be put in place that the US actually does lure American companies' production back to the United States? Is that feasible? But a bigger question, I thought there was a little bit too much optimism around multilateralism earlier on. Strikes me that we're now living in an age of great power politics. The WTO is still functioning, but it's as one of the speakers earlier on said, the arbitration process is dead. That really multilateralism is dead, and we should accept that. We're living in a world of bilateralism, bilateral trade deals, and that's a terrible thing, particularly for a small open economy, as you mentioned. But that looks increasingly to be the reality. Would we be better off not accepting that reality? And
yeah, I mean, I think that the EU as a bloc needs to be recognized, this multilateral gap that's now emerged. I mean, it's not coming back anytime soon. So therefore, it has to be strategic in its bilateral agreements that it does everywhere. I think keeping things moving, but at a steady pace, so we don't look as if we're just responding to an American latest tweet or whatever other piece of policy communication is actually given to us. I think that's really important. And I think taking time really matters, because even just in the conversation here, I mean, I think you mentioned the classical trade logic has kind of gone out the door, because the way in which we saw the world with regard to where tariffs were played out are playing out totally differently this time. And it's not just the link between the American approach to say, I'm going to put on tariff, and if you don't, I'm going to do X, or if you don't give me this chunk of change, money going into some industry that I'm choosing, you're not going to get the deal that you want. So it's a free-for-all in that sense. So I think it is the EU being very strong bilaterally in knowing what it wants to do, and doing that in a very more active way. It seems to me that, for example, all around the world in these countries that we're now doing these trade agreements with, we have embassies of different countries within the EU. So I don't know to what extent people are thinking about how do we coordinate in such a way such that those embassies collectively make sure the same message is going out to that country. Because if you don't have that, then you're not going to get confidence that things are going to work out well. So if you have different voices, for example, let's say in Indonesia or some country where the EU is very actively involved, if you don't have those similarities, you're not going to get the confidence that people to do trade agreements. So I think what we've seen with Trump is the enormous uncertainty that's created. And in relation to the pharma industry, it'll be a decade before anybody runs down a plant here. It's that huge length of time. It's a very, very long period of time. That's not going to happen quickly. So the question then, what happens in the meantime? Do those plants that are in Ireland decide not to be exporting back to the US, where they might have suffer problems, or are they going to export elsewhere? Or what all of them are doing is giving a signal to the American government that they're going to open plants in the United States. But that's the issue, really. That's not going to happen very, very quickly. But what will emerge early is a reduction in interested investment in Ireland, is the modernisation of plants. So that's where you'll see it. I don't think it'll be in the trade stats for a long time. I think it's much more likely to be in the investment stats. And then the question becomes, what does Europe do about how it wants to be a platform for American investment in Europe to send to the rest of the world? Because that might be a more satisfactory way of dealing with the present situation. Now, there's been no sign that Donald Trump will object to that, but that could happen too.
Okay, good. Well, and just some of the good news from the trade data up to July, the US, Irish exports to the US are holding up pretty well. There's only one major category, the essential oils. If there are any experts in the pharma experts in the audience who can tell us exactly what essential oils are, but they've gone off a cliff since the tariffs were introduced, maybe temporary, maybe tariff related. Interested to hear anybody's views. Una, let's be a bit positive here. A lot of negativity. And I think we in Europe have overdone the negativity on the economy. So here's a stat. Guess how many people are employed in the tech sector in Europe? 10 million. There are 10 million people employed in ICT in Europe. What's the size of the tech sector in Europe? 7% of GDP. It's 9% in America. So the notion that we're just some sort of museum economy, that we have digitalized successfully. We don't have the big companies. That's the big difference. But there's been a lot of positive stuff. So maybe
tee that.
And we would point to the fact that actually Europe does lead in some areas. It doesn't lead in all, but areas like critical infrastructure digital, we've got leading companies like Siemens, SAP, and Ericsson, all of whom have a presence here in Ireland as well. So they are kind of leading the way in terms of European companies in the tech space. There's definitely a need, I suppose, for growing and the European side of the digital story. And it is hugely possible. I think we're slow on innovation, this isn't to be a negative piece, but we are heartened to see efforts around the digital omnibus, future efforts around kind of simplification, competitiveness. I think it has been well acknowledged at this stage that there was a tsunami of digital regulation over the last 5 years. And, there are measures needed now to address that, to ensure that European tech companies can, grow, scale, innovate and compete globally. So there's huge optimism, I suppose, and I think we've done quite well. I think it's maybe the first time I've heard AI, which for nowadays to get this far into a conference with AI coming up, we're probably doing quite well. So there's huge opportunities there. There's huge opportunities to grow the sector here. We know we're facing competition from other jurisdictions. How can Europe be different in the AI space? And I know people will point to the fact, well, all we do is regulate, but maybe we can, really hang our hat around trusted AI and, value-centric AI, and, that could be part of the European story, but not let it, block the future innovation also either. So I think it's for Europe. There's an opportunity now. It's an opportunity around the need to upskill people, to ensure that European SMEs across all sectors, utilize AI and utilize the disruptive technologies that are coming, because, as someone said recently, AI won't take your job, but someone who can use AI and do your job will take your job. And that's ultimately the messaging that I suppose is needed at the moment. We're talking a lot about skills and innovation, and ensuring that the current workforce, but also future workforce, is prepared for that, is going to be very important from a European perspective.
Thanks. Andy, going from something positive to something very negative, 20% of our imports in the EU come from outside the EU, come from China. If China invades Taiwan, what happens, and how does the EU respond?
I'm trade, not foreign policy, but I mean,
well, with the economic,
no, clearly there'll be huge.
Do we have sanctions against China as we did against Russia?
I think it's. I think it's really hard to know. I mean, obviously there'll be huge problem in the semiconductor industry, which relies heavily on China and on Taiwan. I mean, even the disruption on trade along the straits of, Taiwan would be huge. I mean, I can't imagine that EU wouldn't put sanctions on in some form. I mean, they're already sanctioning some Chinese companies for helping in Ukraine, right? So if there's a feeling that Russia, China are sort of bent on reshaping the world militarily in their interest, then I guess EU would have to move and become more sort of autarkic, sort of working with others like Australia and Canada and like-minded, countries around the world. Just on China as well, I want to go back to one point Francis made about the sort of process of trade. So you export to a country, then you invest in it and produce there for that market. I mean, this is the Chinese model now, right? And I think it's a very interesting question for the EU, how welcome that is, because we have a BYD plant with EVs in Hungary. We have one coming in Spain. Now the Commission wants that to include technology transfer and local added value and all the rest of it, but I'm not quite sure that the policies are yet in place to do that. So do we see those plants as great, sharing know-how, helping our car industry, or do we see them as competition, destroying our car industry? Is another sort of interesting question for economic strategy. I mean, Peter might have an answer.
Well, can I maybe frame another and additional part to that question? That there's only one Eurasian superpower, and that is China. And China is more powerful than we are, even collectively. Therefore, we have to deal with China as a special case, not like in India, not like Japan. It is fundamentally different. We have different strategic interests. That we don't want China, a totalitarian state, to dominate the Eurasian space. Do we treat China differently
From one point of view, I think with each, we have the tailored approach towards every partner that we have. There is no one size fits all, and in the current environment, that changes even more. I think the two things. One is to say that, of course, China is a very important trading partner and will remain so for much of the world. And so the European Union needs to have a relationship with China. And there is a strong mutual interest, I think, in maintaining that relationship. And I think the European Union remains a very attractive destination for Chinese manufacturers or service providers. I think, Andy, you're raising, questions which are really live at the moment in terms of how do we manage investment that is done by China, and how do we ensure that there is a full benefit drawn from that investment, which includes elements like technology transfer aspects. There's also the new approach that we're potentially going to be rolling out next year to procurement and elements of binational, by European within that. So there are issues which are out there, and I think we don't necessarily have the full set of tools which would allow us to develop the policy directions that I think we and member states would like us to potentially travel in. But they will be focused on maintaining an effective, balanced relationship with China, and one which is is able to draw on a set of rules. So it goes back to the question of the gap that exists in terms of the rules which potentially exist in the current trade context. And then the other thing is just about the strengths, and recognizing that we do have strengths. There are things where we are strong economically. I think Una's messages were very appropriate, very positive. And that means we have some elements that China want, not only the access to our market, but also in terms of things that we produce and that we deliver, and whether we're still able to lead. And it takes us back to some of the promotion ideas that are part of the economic security strategy, but the wider competitiveness strategy of this Commission.
Okay, thank you. So as we get to midday, we've got 30 minutes. We'll start going to questions. So if people want to indicate an interest in questions, if you put up your hand and get a mic. But we've got one that's already come in from Marcus Matthews of Left Field Services for you, Peter. And he's interested in that other, the other great, most populous country in Asia, India. And he's asking about the EU-India FTA. Will it be concluded in December? When do you believe it'll come into effect? And do you believe India will agree to zero duties on wines and spirits? A much more boringly technocratic question.
Well, obviously we heard the message from the Commissioner in relation to the India agreement. Part of that message was also that in response to the changing dynamics of trade this year, a range of partners have really stepped up their level of engagement and their interest in, landing trade deals with the European Union. And we have the same interest because, as was pointed out, 80% of our trade is happening with countries around the world other than the United States. With India, it is, of course, a negotiation which is going on for a considerable period. It's a difficult negotiation. I can't go into the specifics of which particular elements may land or not, but I think the aim, and we're working towards that with very intensive rounds of negotiations. The Commissioner was there 10 days ago. The teams are meeting again, I think, this week or next week. We're working very hard to try to land the thing by the end of this year. Let's see if we get there. I think it'll be tailored also to reflect kind of the current realities in terms of where we eventually land, what type of agreement it will look like. But we will be looking for something which delivers real benefits for EU businesses, for EU exports, services, goods, and we think that that is certainly possible. And then, of course, in terms of the process for converting that agreement, we have the steps which are required in terms of things as mundane as a translation of the agreements, the process going through the institutional machinery to get it approved at EU level by the Council and the member states. So the actual entry into force is probably still, from the moment it's concluded, certainly a 12 to 18-month horizon that you would be looking at. So probably taking just a bit beyond the Irish presidency if we were to bring it to conclude at the end of the year.
Okay, good. Thank you. So another question I'd like to ask the panel, we'll take one out here first, is the so-called big bazooka, the anti-coercion instrument. Has it turned out to be more of a wet noodle than a big bazooka? And is the credibility of that threat gravely undermined by what happened with the US? Or was that, again, a particular case where hard security interests have to be taken into account before starting a trade war with the US? But let me take a question from the audience.
Yeah, hi. Earlier it was mentioned that we have a lack of coherence within the EU. So my question is, what we also heard from the Tonister before, that we should focus on what we can actually influence, the internal market, strengthening the internal market. Will that not only have an economic effect, but will it also have an effect on the coherence, basically? If the market, if I see the US, it's a much more coherent market, but it's also externally, they speak with more unified voice because the market is coherent. Is that true, or is this a kind of naive view that if we strengthen the internal market, that we also strengthen EU coherence?
If you just identify yourself, I've been
Wolfram von Eyens, I'm the Deputy German Ambassador here in Ireland.
And that was directed at Andy?
I'm not a member of the European Council, I have to say. I think the problem is that the challenges to dealing with the internal market are almost as difficult as the ones dealing with the external market, right? I mean, savings and investment union is one example, right? So I often hear this refrain, well, if we fix the internal market, then everything will be fine. And it would help a lot, but I still don't think it's particularly easy. Could be wrong. And I think the other thing to note is I've never worked in the US, but as far as I understand it, states have quite big differences as well. So for example, in California, they have animal health rules that prevent, pork meat from next door state coming in. So I'm not sure how wonderful the US internal market is in goods. It's probably much better in services, I would think. And that's how their tech businesses do well. And obviously there's a bigger, richer, community. So it's a single language. So I think they have advantages, but I'm not sure they're massively different. Yeah.
And I maybe emphasize the point, I suppose, on the need for a digital single market. I think we can see, and I know it has issues, but the single market works very well for products, but for services, especially for European tech SMEs, I think it's 8% of European tech SMEs trade across more than one EU border. So that's a very low number. I know from obviously Irish tech SMEs, the US has traditionally always been the market we've looked to, just because I suppose size and scale, but really I suppose, and I know there is work ongoing in terms of pointing them more towards the European market, but it can be very difficult with different legal frameworks, etc. So I suppose the call there is, on those things that we can control as Europe, a harmonized digital single market is very much needed.
But I also just remind the online participants that their questions are welcome. You can put them by the Q&A function at the bottom. Frances, you wanted to join, make a comment there.
Yeah, I just think for a long period of time, a lot of European policy was conducted with a slight fudge mentality. It's a grandiose statement, but in a sense it was, because you didn't want to upset relationships between member states. And I think there's probably nothing in the Draghi report that surprised anybody, but yet to call it out and have it come with one voice, challenging everybody, was a moment in time. So it seems to me that there is the potential of the single market is there. I think it's been shocking how the Capital Markets Union didn't move almost at all, and you wonder why that was. And I think there's something about the internal European relationships that need to be developed, and maybe having common threats outside is a good time. It's a better time than most in order to do that. And I think the point that's been made about the US is not integrated a set of markets as people think for a lot of products. And if actually Europe is trying to retain relationships with the States, maybe looking below federal level is a piece they're going to have to do over the long term. So Europe might look like 27 different markets, but I'm not sure that the US is one market either.
Good point. We've got a question about the middle there. Yep.
Yeah, Eugene Drennan, I'm the Road Haulage Association, the working end of the experts. And as was pointed out by the Commissioner here this morning, that we're a powerhouse of export, particularly around dairy product. But how will the origin be proven for milk coming out of County Armagh and processed in County Monaghan, or grain out of County Louth but distilled in Bushmills? Are we in the UK set of rules? Are we in the Southern Irish set of rules? And also the proof of origin and product. Will America accept the customs union code of the EU on what the product is and the quality of it? Or will we have to face another new set of rules in imports from America, or even importing into America because of that? And likewise, the huge export of milk and milk product, which now gets extra additives, which may not be Irish, the definition of those and the proof of origin and how it will be treated. Thank you.
I think, was it David who said earlier on about the nightmare of rules of origin? Very technical question. Peter, you might be the obvious person, although as somebody now dealing with economic security, rules of origin may not be the thing that you're reading out about all the time, but you might try and field that one.
Well, I think the main comment, to agree with what David said. I wouldn't be one of the people to claim to understand the area of rules of origin. What the agreement with the US does provide us with, the joint statement, is a platform or framework for now working through a whole range of different issues, which would include some of these quite technical issues in terms of how the benefits of what is agreed between us would actually be applied. That in itself is not something new. That's something which is the bread and butter of trade negotiations. It's something that is a standard part of the work that would be done. So I don't think it necessarily is throwing up additional issues to other negotiations than the ones we've had. And it's something where the work to fill in the detail now on the basis of the joint statement is just kicking off, is just starting.
Andy, could I come to you on the big bazooka question?
Noodle. The wet noodle. I think what was very interesting about the anti-coercion instrument is it's incredibly powerful. It's incredibly vague as well, in a sense. There's lots of things the Commission can do, or the member states can do with it, including many things that would break international agreements, such as the International Procurement Agreement. And again, the US case, why it was so much talked about was it deals with services as well. So you could, for example, put a levy on Netflix services. You could put a tariff on. You could block, I don't know, Hollywood movies. You could stop IP payments. And you could stop software sales. You could stop procurement. Google winning a cloud contract. But the problem is when it came to, you talk to people and say, well, why don't we do this? And part of the problem is, well, it's very, it is elevating it hugely, right? It's causing a massive trade war. And B, do we have the alternatives, to cloud? We have some cloud in this, but do we have enough? Do we have enough AI? Do we have, even, do we want European consumers to be paying more for Netflix? Is that going to make us popular with voters? So the problem with it is it's powerful, but it sort of works two ways, right? You've got to be quite judicious in how you use it. And you also have to have, the thing I always felt was the member state backing wasn't there. And if you put this thing on the table, put your gun on the table, there's no bullets in it. That's worse than not putting it on the table at all.
Peter.
Yeah, just to complement that, and I very much agree with Andy's assessment. in a way, it's cursed by being called a big bazooka. In the end, it's a legal instrument. It allows us to take action, more effective action than simply the tariffs route, which is where we have instruments at the moment. Nevertheless, in designing the instrument, it was always designed with the member states as something where there would be a conscious decision working with the member states as to when it was used. So it works with the Commission making a proposal. Council have to agree that to call out the behaviour of the country concerned. And then there's a series of discussions to try to find off-ramps. If we don't find off-ramps, then we respond with measures which attach a price to the bullying behaviour that is taking place. That can happen in a matter of months. It can happen in a matter of days, I think is the conclusion we drew. It was very clear in discussing with member states how we respond to the developments on the tariff side in the US, and in discussing with business, the overwhelming view is we need stability, we need predictability, we don't need escalation. And for that reason, we took a step back. But it was also exactly as Andy says, because the one thing which would transform the bazooka into noodle is if you go and in the end you find that you don't get the backing the first time that you use the instrument. So it is still there, it is still on the shelf, and it's something that we look at very actively. It's a question about what are the triggers that will reach a level where we say, okay, now we're going to take this out and we're going to attach a price to the behavior in question. Whether it's from a big country, a big player, or a medium-sized player, let's see. But it's still very much there.
Okay, good. I think we've got another question down the back. I can't see the person. Okay.
Hi, Ian Talbot from the Irish Chambers, and we're also members of Eurochamber, the Association of European Chambers of Commerce. First of all, just to comment, I'm delighted to hear Francis mention the Capital Markets Union. I think it's so critical we move ahead on that, particularly so that we can compete with the American capital markets and how they have much better access to funding than European countries do. My question is, it's Mercosur related. Our Spanish and Portuguese colleagues in the chambers there are very concerned that we're in the last chance saloon with their Portuguese and Spanish speaking South American counterparts. And if we don't go ahead with Mercosur, that we will drive them to their west, to China, where they're already starting negotiations. What are the geopolitical risks of us not agreeing some of these key trade agreements that are in the hopper? Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Can I take a question online for Alexandra Salamandra? What would be your plan on ensuring coordination across the EU regarding what is controlled under export control regulations? Do you believe there's a consistent approach? I think there was in the Dutch case of the case of that incredible Dutch company that makes the machines that makes ships. Yeah. In terms of where that should be exported to. That might have been what Alexandra was referring to there. Who'd like to take either of those questions to start? Peter.
Yeah. First, I mean, on Mercosur, and I'm sure we'll pick up more in the afternoon panel on some of the specifics, but it is clear that there is a strong motivation for us to move ahead with this foothold that it effectively gives us. The first big trade agreement that Mercosur have entered into in that region. And it allows us to respond to the fact that China has made very substantial inroads into Latin America. So I think in economic terms, but also in geopolitical terms, given the overall uncertainty around the world, the more we can do to build alliances through trade, the better that is. On export controls, there is in fact a reasonably high degree of alignment around in the world of export controls. Most of the controls which are developed emerge from the multilateral control regimes, which are informal arrangements with groups of fairly like-minded member states. Fairly like-minded members. Some of them are a bit broader and include Russia. Some include China in missile technology and nuclear technology. But these are organizations which establish common sets of controls which are updated every year in principle. Those at a European level are then implemented by a list of controlled items, which is updated every year on the basis of what has been decided. The member states passes the list, we turn it into EU law, and then all of the 27 member states apply the rules. And as an added bonus, there are around 22 countries around the world that follow the EU list as well, who aren't members of these organizations. What is also happening, however, and that's a matter of major concern, is the increasing use of unilateral controls, and we saw that from the United States in particular over semiconductors or AI chips, which are controls that are introduced on security grounds outside the framework of the international arrangements, and where they're then entering into discussions with other countries. In the case of ASML, the chip manufacturer, the chip machinery manufacturer, with the Dutch and with the Japanese. And there was agreement that there were going to be controls introduced by each of the 3 jurisdictions in parallel. And one of the questions is how you manage to capture that kind of situation, and for the European Union, how and if you bring it to a European level. It's an issue which is at the center of part of our economic security approach, but it also throws up another challenge for the European Union, because anything which is touching on national security is a national responsibility. But I think increasingly people realize, and member states realize as well, that you can't have national security without European level security as well. So we need to find mechanisms to allow a little bit more Europe into the process.
Una, do you have any thoughts on that issue of export controls, but also more widely, your colleague Jackie King had a fascinating opinion article in the Irish Independent recently.
Oh, sorry.
Apologies, start from the beginning. If you have any thoughts, Una, on that issue of export controls and how you at the coalface of business have to deal with it, and also on your colleague Jackie King at IBEC wrote a very interesting opinion piece in the Irish Independent recently on the defence industry, dual use, the need for Europe to have its own technological capabilities. There's been talk about drone walls in recent days. Any thoughts on tech and defence that you might have?
Yeah, I suppose maybe in terms of specifically dual use, that's coming more and more to the fore. And again, as part of kind of European discussions, the need for Europe, I suppose, to identify actually what are dual use technologies that are actually developed here, making sure it's kind of they're understood, they're kind of identified, and I suppose supported as well. You know, it's sometimes maybe thought as a scary concept, you know, defence technology. But actually, you know, we've even got companies in Ireland who are developing dual use technologies, and it's really advanced technology development that's happening here. And it's great to see that kind of cutting edge innovation can happen. But again, it's that the control, I suppose, on the technology and whether it can be exported, and the questions then that arise, because, you know, there are particular markets, let's say, that certain companies would like to be able to do business with, and, you know, if that is being restricted, you know, it does block essentially maybe the growth of the company. So it's something that has proven to be, I suppose, more of a problematic headache. I think, you know, there have been discussions to try and address particular issues and overcome those. It's one that I think longer term we're going to see even more and more discussions as things and geopolitical tensions continue to abate. That I think it's one where more clarity is going to be needed exactly what it is we're trying to achieve with these measures, and I suppose and what exactly is going to fall under it, before, I suppose, a company goes too far maybe down a certain road, that it can identify, well, if I go this way with the technology, I'm actually going to be restricted, so I need to maybe look at how I'm marketing or using the technology or developing it at an earlier stage.
Okay, thank you. Andy, you keep a close eye on the Netherlands. Do you have anything to add on that AM Today, MSL.
ASML, yeah.
That case, I understand to some extent the Dutch were pressured by the Americans not to allow exports to China. But
yeah.
Maybe any insights on that?
Yeah, effectively what happened was the Dutch had already voluntarily stopped the most advanced chip machines going back in 2019, but then Biden put pressure on to stop some more, the older machines, which they eventually did in combination with the Japanese. And I think the feeling was they came to Brussels quite late in the process and said, can you help us with this? Because it's a member state issue. And then their thinking developed, that maybe we should be doing this as 27 a bit more. And also, if I put export controls on a machine, what's to stop another member state buying it and sending it to Hungary, China, sorry. Another member state sending it to China instead, right? So these things need to be agreed as the 27, but it's still a very closely held national competence. So it's a case of sort of ushering the member states towards cooperation, I think, by the Commission, and there's a willingness to go so far. But I think what Una said is fascinating, right? About the tech side of this and the artificial intelligence side of this. I mean, how you decide on those issues is going to be really difficult. And all this stuff with economic security comes down to cost versus, short-term cost versus long-term gain or sovereignty, right? You're always making decisions that are probably going to hurt you in the pocket to some extent, lost business opportunities, whatever it might be, in the hope that, you retain some independence, which is worth it in other ways, or perhaps you develop some sovereign technology that you wouldn't have done otherwise. I mean, the comparison is sort of made with the Sputnik moment, in the 50s, when the Americans said our space program is falling behind, technological race. So we need to get all the government and everybody involved, and shape the market. And it works in some ways and probably costs loads of money that was wasted in other ways. So it's, not easy.
Freedom doesn't come for free, as somebody has said. I've been asked by our hosts to ask if any women in the audience want to answer a question.
Ask a question. Ask a question as opposed to answer one.
Okay, that's been done. So I think somebody there, not a woman, seems to want to ask a question.
Yeah, Chairman, certainly not a woman. Francie Gorman from the Irish Farmers Association. Look, I suppose we're about trade here today, and I suppose I would have to say at the outset that we're still very, very concerned about the Mercosur trade deal and the implications that it's going to have on our beef and poultry industry, and I think the implications that it could possibly have for a sector of society that is very pro-European, and it risks shattering that confidence. The way farmers have been treated in these trade deals. But look, just to park that, my issue is about competitiveness. And if we're going to be able to compete, I mean, we're going to do trade deals around the world, the issue of competitiveness is something that hasn't been addressed, I think, in any shape or form over a long number of years. And I go back to the Brexit vote in 2015, where we export a huge amount of our product. Yet we have huge energy costs, we have labour costs, regulation around how we do business, whether it's farming or otherwise, continues to be implemented. And if you look at the directives that are coming from the European Union around CBAM, around IED, NRL, they're all acronyms, most people don't understand them. DUDR is postponed for a year, as my understanding. But when they're implemented, and the ambition, as far as I see, is to implement those directives, it's going to make us more and more uncompetitive. So despite the Draghi report and despite all the talk our own government have about addressing this issue, in reality, they're not doing it. They're saying one thing and they're doing absolutely the opposite. So if we're going to engage in these trade deals, the one thing we have to be is competitive ourselves, and we're not that. So I'd just like to hear the panel's comments on that.
Francis, would you take that first?
Yeah, you're absolutely correct in saying that we have had high and increasingly high energy costs, which is affecting all businesses right across the whole spectrum of the economy. Labour costs have gone up in line with European standards, and that has added to the burdens on companies who are trying to export. I think there was a slight looking in two different directions over a period of time with regard to some policies that we've had in place, not recognising, for example, that if we're to try to fund an expansion in energy infrastructure, that we're going to get the users to pay for that. That to me is simply not credible. And that's currently where things stand. And in the NDP, which came out this year, which is basically has us investing a lot in infrastructure, it's assuming that users will be taking up some of the charge of that on the energy side. And I don't think that is tenable. I think needs relooking at again by government. On the labour cost side, I think there's been some moderation in the speed of introduction of some of the changes which were brought in during COVID. But I think we have to keep these things more to the fore. It's to do with the absence of joined up thinking in government. We dropped this process of regulatory impact assessment, which was, I think, product of the European frameworks that you had to introduce. We sort of dropped that after the crash. And as a result, you find a lot of times in Irish government a discussion of unintended consequences. In my view, unintended consequences wouldn't be so common if you actually did the regulatory impact assessment at the start and made sure that you actually thought about all the possible strategic outcomes. So I think there's definitely more work to do than that. I think the government's action plan is going in the right direction. The question is the speed at which they implement it.
Francis, can I have a final question before we go? Do you think the EU-US deal will stick, or do you think the US will come back for more?
I think they may come back for more, but it doesn't change our strategy one way or the other. Our strategy is to try to get as much solidity into the place as possible, but I wouldn't depend on anything sticking.
Okay, Peter? I won't ask you that question, but the question from the Farmers Association.
Simply to say, I mean, raising a very important point, and I think one where there's raising a very important point, and I think one where there's increasing awareness in this Commission and in the European Parliament, precisely on the issues of how we balance competitiveness with the regulatory framework and the regulatory burden that is there. There's a whole series of actions which are being taken to try and address some of the regulation which may not be as necessary as we thought it was. But on the other hand, Francis's point in terms of having a mechanism by which you have effective examination of the consequences of what we're doing is also something which is very important in making good policy. And there's a risk in the current environment, the geopolitical environment, with crisis after crisis and urgency after urgency, that people throw more of that out of the window because of the urgency of acting now and responding now. And that's something as policymakers we need to be very sensitive to.
Okay, very final one.
Thanks very much. Is this on? Jude Webber from the Financial Times, and a question really for Francis and possibly Peter as well. Yesterday at the British-Irish Chamber of Commerce convention annual meeting, Simon Coveney was there, and he said Ireland isn't a credible voice on security and defence. So in the upcoming presidency, Ireland needs to work with the EU to define concrete action points on improving competitiveness and also innovation. So I suppose my question really is, what would you like those concrete actions to be? Thank you.
I think the first thing is to always call out where exactly we are, because I don't think you'll get buy-in to improvement without calling out the problem. I think in relation to innovation, I think it requires looking very closely at how the tax systems are operating so that people have that incentive to innovate. In Ireland, for example, we have tax allowances for R&D, but they're designed to suit the large companies and not suit the smaller companies. And I think some of the dynamism in Europe is going to come out of smaller companies, particularly in kind of areas that Una was talking about. It's often very small companies that are generating these, and it's really important that the tax system for them favours their being able to engage in innovation at speed. For me, the big issue for Europe is to develop strategy at speed and to act in a calm manner.
Thank you. Anyone else want to respond to that? Okay. Well, I think at 12:30 on the spot, we can bring things to no. There's okay. I see one question. I hope it's quick. Yeah. Sorry, delay you from lunch.
It's good. Well, we heard that.
Could you identify yourself, please?
Sean McNamara, President of IIEA. You said that EU do not want to upset relationships between member states. Well, the big upset, and I have to agree with Francis, all the different things, but the one thing about Mercosur, and the big thing about Mercosur is that you have a compensation put in there for 6.3 billion if you go under 10% of the world of the market price. Now you go 9% for 5 years, which will bring down the market price by 45% for the very start, and there's no compensation. We talked all day here about different things, but there's one thing we've got to mention, the Taoiseach and everyone is just generation renewal. If we have uncertainty in our prices, we will not have generation renewal either in the EU or in Ireland. And that's going to be the big problem going forward in the EU. That's all I have to say. Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks for that statement. And I don't think if anyone wants to respond. We're past lunchtime. So look, we're back at 1:30. Lunch is served outside. You're all welcome to join. And let me thank the panel in the usual way.
Ladies and gentlemen, our second panel is about to take place shortly. Please take your seats.
Good afternoon, everybody, and I'd like to welcome you all back to the second panel of today's discussion and conference, and also to welcome those who've joined us online, as well as the many people here in the room, and congratulations to all of you who are staying the pace for the afternoon and joining the second panel. This panel is really focused on global partnerships and relationships across the world. Given Ireland's unique position as a dynamic, open economy within the EU, with strong links to the UK, to the US, Japan, and many other places, the panel will explore how the nature of EU relations with partners and across the world impact on our trade and investment opportunities. Martin Wolf in the Financial Times this week on Wednesday, I was over in Brussels this week, met with the Commission and chaired a business meeting on the EU-US agreement and the implementation of the EU-US agreement with businesses from all across Europe. We then had an event in the European Parliament on the single market, which I think Simon Harris mentioned in his fireside chat, and the importance of the single market. And when I was flying back, I bought a copy of the Financial Times, and Martin Wolf had an article in it in which he described the US and China as two predatory superpowers. And the basic focus of his article was that these two superpowers account for 43% of GDP, 34% in purchasing power parity. So they're big, they're very influential, and they can't be ignored. However, being within the European Union, we also have to look after our own interests and work with our partners, of like-minded partners like Japan, across the world, to see how we react to the impact of the US and China. And that'll be part of the discussion here today. We're also going to maybe touch on some of the international organizations like the WTO, but also something that hasn't been spoken about to date, and that's the role of the OECD. So we'll talk about that as well. I'm going to briefly introduce the panelists. Loretta O'Sullivan is the Chief Economist and Partner at EY Ireland. Loretta has been working for over 20 years in the public and private sectors, and she's formerly a Chief Economist at Bank of Ireland and was also a Senior Economist in the Central Bank of Ireland. So you're very welcome, Loretta. Kozo Saki is a Special Advisor to the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry and Minister of Japan government in European Affairs. He joined the ministry in 1998, and he's held various key roles in government, among them Executive Secretary to the Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and Director for the Americas Division. His extensive experience, and we really appreciate Kozo being here, having travelled from Tokyo to be at the event this morning, and he's actually going back to Tokyo as well. So it's great that he came here all the way to Dublin to join us. Our third panelist is Suzanne Lynch. Suzanne and I know each other a long time. Suzanne was the Brussels Bureau Chief of Bloomberg News, leading the Bureau's coverage of EU affairs. Prior to joining Bloomberg, Suzanne was Irish Times Brussels correspondent and also spent a number of years in Washington as the Irish Times Washington correspondent during the first Trump administration, indeed. And she also recently held the position of associate editor with Politico. And again, thank you to Suzanne. She actually flew in from Copenhagen this morning and will probably be flying back to Brussels. So again, we really appreciate her being here. The final panelist is Rupert Schlegelmilch. Rupert is a German diplomat, and he has been a senior European Commission official and ambassador of the EU. And is a very experienced trade negotiator. Rupert and myself know each other for many, many years and have worked together on trade and services and investment and government procurement, which Rupert covered. And also, he was the key coordinator of the EU-US Trade and Technology Council, which Una mentioned in the last panel. So Rupert is retired officially from the Commission, but he continues to lead the EU free trade negotiations with the Mercosur countries. So it's very pertinent that Rupert is here with us today. And he is the chair of the OECD Investment Committee and a visiting professor at the College of Europe. So again, thanks to Rupert for traveling over for today. So let's go straight to the panel discussion. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask a few questions. A question of each of the panelists. I'd ask them to keep their remarks to 5 to 7 minutes, if they could, please. And then we'll have a bit more of a conversation, and then we'll open it up for a Q&A to the floor here and also to those online. So we'll start with Loreto. Loreto, Ireland is one of the most dynamic and open economies in the EU and committed to globalization and to competing across many, many different markets. How important, in your view, is it for business here in Ireland to see the EU maintain good relations and conclude trade agreements with its global partners, even in the current challenging positions that we're in? And what does it mean to have a rules-based global system? So over to you, Loreto.
Thank you, Pat, and good afternoon, everybody. I heard the Taoiseach earlier, and he talked about Seamus Heaney when he was starting with his quote. So I'm going to start with Bob Dylan, because his song, you know, The Times They Are A-Changing, is very appropriate and apt at the moment when we're thinking about the shifts that are happening in terms of the global economic landscape and the trade landscape, particularly the US policy shifts that are reverberating the world over. But as you were discussing this morning as well, we are in a world where shifts have been happening for a period of time. So we've moved to a world of more protectionism, one where global supply chains are being reconfigured on the back of the war in Ukraine, the COVID pandemic, the Middle East conflict, you know, this balance that we're trying to achieve now between economic security and efficiency. Much more interventionism in terms of industrial policies, and then with President Trump, the weaponization of trade. All of that is having an impact. It's having an impact in terms of economies and what it might mean for economies, higher prices, potential impacts in terms of productivity, in terms of technology diffusion, and so on. It's having an impact too in the business community and how businesses are thinking about this and what they're doing in response to this. So we did some research quite recently, and I just want to share it with you because it makes the point that was made earlier that the world has changed and it's not necessarily going back in the short term. And that is around the fact that CEOs now are looking at this trade disruption and they're looking at these geopolitical conflicts and they are adjusting their strategies and increasingly moving towards localization and regionalization. So we've got about 3 in 4 of every global CEO now kind of some element of their activities taking place in the area where they're selling into, and then about half of them doing serving a regional base. So there is change there, and it's now coming through, and we expect it's going to continue to come through. For Ireland, to bring it back to Ireland, we're a small open economy. We're an economy that has benefited from trade liberalisation. Fragmentation of that trade now does stand in contrast to our open economic model. So it is going to require mitigating policies and trying to think about how we work our way and navigate our way through this. So there's a couple of them that come to mind in that respect. The Taoiseach, I think it was, spoke about being an advocate for multilateralism and open trade, and Ireland has been in that space, should continue to be in that space. The other piece then is around diversifying into new markets, and that's where the EU really comes in. So our membership of the EU, extremely important, because it provides us with access to FTA agreements with countries all over the world and new markets and opportunities to diversify, because Ireland has been quite concentrated in terms of its markets, in that we primarily trade with the US, the Euro area itself, and the UK. We've seen some shift in that in the wake of Brexit, for example. We'll potentially see some in the wake of the US as well, the policy changes in the US, notwithstanding that there's long-standing ties there. But certainly we're in an altered environment in terms of the transatlantic relationship. So there will be a focus on diversifying into new markets, and the EU there's an important opportunity there in terms of the access that it provides us. I will say too that being a member of the EU in itself and the single market is a huge opportunity as well. And it's one that's maybe, if there's a silver lining in everything that has taken place in the global context and in the US, it's a reminder that we have a big market on our doorstep, and one that we can do a lot more to progress and to help Europe. Ireland can help Europe help itself. That's in our interest. It's in the European interest, and it's particularly relevant when we take over the presidency next year. So in terms of that market, that single European market, and again, just to make the point from a business perspective, that is something that they are calling out on a regular basis as well, that there is a lot of opportunity there, but the barriers need to be broken down. Needs to be taken at regulation in terms of simplifying it, not removing it. It's getting a balance right between protecting consumers and fostering an environment for innovation, not stifling innovation. And the piece then that was mentioned earlier too about capital markets union, so unlocking access to capital, so it creates this fertile environment for innovation. So, you know, if we have a better functioning European market, as well as the access to new markets that we get through our membership of the EU, that they will be important factors in helping Ireland to mitigate and work our way through these changes in the global environment. At home then, it's policies again around competitiveness that are going to be important, helping to build resilience. And when we talk about those, and accepting that I'm an economist, but you know, part of the reason we want to grow economies and we want to see these things work their way through, so be it infrastructure policies, improvements in innovation and so on, is to, yes, boost competitiveness, boost productivity, but also to raise living standards. And one of the important things that the international trade environment and that openness has done in recent decades has been improved prosperity and living standards. So that's just an important thing to bear in mind as well with all of this. So stop.
Thanks, Loretto. That was an excellent point to end on, actually, is that you know, as economists, we know that openness to trade and investment does increase economic growth. It provides better jobs for workers. It provides better opportunities for business and better livelihoods for citizens. So I think that's a really important point to make from the outset in terms of openness. Kuzo, Japan has an FTA with the EU-Japan Economic Partnership Agreement, but also with many other partners. Mentioned in the last panel was the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Transatlantic Pacific Partnership. I think Commissioner Šefčovič also referred to it. And you have other trade agreements. Why is trade partnership so important to Japan and also with the EU? And what lessons can be drawn from it that helps us navigate today's volatile and uncertain environment?
Thank you very much. First of all, so under the current volatile world, as you pointed out, Japan-EU Economic Partnership Agreement, I believe that is a beacon to navigate the international society to the free, fair, predictable, and rule-based international economic order, I believe. So as in this conference, so many people discussed, now GATT and WTO system is now endangered. So as Pat-san pointed out, because of the two predatory superpower, right? So US imposing the additional tariffs on our products, and on the other hand, China is creating an overcapacity that makes the flood of the import into our market with artificially cheap price, and over dependency can be easily weaponized. Now we both suffer from the export restrictions made by China over the rare earth. But as Loretta-san discussed, definitely the free and fair rule-based trade good for to promote trade and accelerate the world economic growth, right? So actually, after the EPA was in effect between Japan and the EU, trade between Japan and the EU has increased to 20%, right? So EPA worked very well. So we had the Japan-EU summit in Tokyo this July. In addition to EPA, we agreed to a competitiveness alliance with a wide variety of cooperation in the economic policies, including the economic security, critical minerals, energy, digital, biotech, innovation, and startups. So this holistic cooperation we agreed under the name of the Competitiveness Alliance. The main purpose of that alliance is to maintain and strengthen free and fair, predictable, and rule-based economic order. So that's the main purpose. We need to show the utility of our system to China and to US. Of course, our system, our rule-based system should be updated. For example, we need to tackle with the overcapacity issue, for example. In reality, unfortunately, WTO has failed to update the rules sufficiently with a lot of countries and a wide variety of opinions inside. In this respect, plurilateral and regional arrangement will be good for updating the rules. CPTPP is one of the examples of such a regional arrangement. I worked with Prime Minister Abe for 8 years. At that time, as Commissioner Shevchevich or someone talked about this, US suddenly withdrew from the negotiation of the TPP negotiations. But Prime Minister Abe tried to re-energize the negotiations and finalize the CPTPP negotiation. In that respect, Prime Minister Abe intended to establish the new rules in the 21st century under the situation of the rise of protectionism under the Trump 1.0 administration at that time. So, for example, CPTPP includes the rules related to the state-owned enterprises, for example. So these kind of new rules we are trying to set in a regional arrangement such as CPTPP. I believe that Japan and the EU can play a leading role in the rule-making like this in the future. Actually, in the G7 process last year and this year, Japan and the EU cooperated for the rule-making, such as the non-price criteria and the non-price standards to tackle with the overcapacity issue. So in terms of the overcapacity, products from China is very cheap. That takes all the customers in the market. So we need to build in the market more the non-price elements into such as sustainability, transparency, diversification, and cybersecurity, such kind of non-price elements. Japan and the EU are actually now working together. And as a final point of my initial comment in terms of the importance of the free trade agreement, I would like to point out the importance of the scaling up our market. So Japan and the EU accounts for 1/5 of the world GDP and 600 million population there. When we want to compete with Chinese companies and the US companies, we need to increase our market. We need to aggregate our market more. If we can add CPTPP to Japan and the EU, it increases up to 30% of the GDP, more than China and more than United States, and also the 1,000 million population there. So we need to scale up our market because China is taking full advantage of their domestic market to increase the competitiveness of their domestic industry. So vis-a-vis China, vis-a-vis United States, we need to aggregate our market. In that respect, we should not divide our market by protectionism, such as made in US or made in Europe or made in Japan. Such kind of things result in the division of the market. Rather than that, we should scale up our market by, forming the FTAs and also the harmonizing the rules among the like-minded. So I think FTA agreement and the economic partnership agreement, such kind of agreement, are quite important to tackle with the current volatile world.
Thank you very much, Kuzo. And you make a very important point that's often forgotten about in agreements is regulatory cooperation and harmonization and mutual recognition agreements are a big part of us working together and working to actually scale up our industries. I recall myself from visiting Japan that we learned a lot from innovation in Japan. And particularly even in areas like the agribusiness sector here, the functional foods, we learned a lot about functional foods in Japan, and it's really had a big impact on many of our companies and the growth that they have achieved globally. So that cooperation is much deeper than just tariffs. It's also about how can we learn from each other in terms of regulatory burden, how can we learn from each other in terms of innovation. So thanks very much for those opening remarks. Suzanne, you have followed EU trade policy and EU affairs from many, many different perspectives, from Brussels and Dublin and Washington and many other parts of the world. And you've only come back from Copenhagen, where the Council have just completed a meeting. How can the EU harness its trade partnerships to effectively strengthen and cement its role as a leading global trade power, in your view?
Yeah, it's interesting just talking about the diversification issue. So you hear a lot about this now. Ursula von der Leyen in her State of the Union address a few weeks ago was talking about this, portraying an idea of Europe, America just being one small part, if you like, of Europe's trading relationship, and talk are out there. So there's a lot of talk about that, but the one with Australia that didn't actually get over the line, for example. You've got issues then, ethical issues around the EU moving closer to places like, for example, Azerbaijan on energy. But you've got then people questioning, well, hang on, do we really want to do the business with this kind of country with their human rights records? So, the reality is a lot different than the ideals here in terms of the Europeans being able to diversify. And it's funny, I've said I'm just back from Copenhagen, and the EU summit was there for the last couple of weeks or a couple of days. And what's interesting is, not to sound cynical, but it is a reminder of how not for a lot of countries in the EU, trade is not the most important thing. It's all about defence, and that is their priority. And now, a couple of things on that. For example, there are certain countries in the EU who do very little trade with the US. We had in Bloomberg the Portuguese finance minister in a while ago, and he was explaining they don't really do much trade with the US. Estonia, very little trade with the US. Now, that is not to say that these countries don't care. there are obviously knock-on effects. If you don't have direct trading relationships with the US, you're part of the supply chain. We saw that with the cars, for example. People talked about the German car industry and that being very important in the trade talks, which it was. But it was also important for those other countries that feed into the German car industry. So obviously it's not as simple as that. And I don't think countries see it that way. They wanted to do a trade deal, etc., because it does have an impact on their citizens. But it's not as much a priority for them as it is for a country like Ireland, a small open economy whose entire economic model is based very successfully on globalization. So that's just something to keep in mind, I think, when we're thinking about how far the EU goes on this. Like, there are a lot of priorities, a lot of fighting for priorities at the moment. And it's important for countries like Ireland and like-minded countries to continue flying the flag for trade there, which I know ministers are doing and they will do during the Irish presidency next year. But it can get lost. I think over the last few weeks, in particular, there was all the fuss about the Turnberry Agreement. I was there at that event with other journalists. But since that, it's kind of died down, the trade story, and now it's all back to defence, the drone sighting. So it's just important for Ireland to make sure that it is working to keep it at the top of the agenda. In saying that, however, I think there is a general acceptance and a priority, in fact, across the European Union that the European single market needs to be nurtured, I would say, and needs to evolve and adapt to the digital age, to the 21st century. And even in Copenhagen, actually, there was a competitiveness summit, a kind of mini summit before the main summit, which the Taoiseach was involved with. So I think what's very pressing and is obviously linked to the trade agenda is, and I'm sure you've been talking about it earlier, I missed the earlier sessions because I just flew in this morning, but is the issue of the Capital Markets Union. Like, it is, people have been talking about this for years, but it's actually quite serious. Since the Draghi report, people have realised Europe is falling behind economically. There has been an increasing divergence between the United States and Europe since the global crisis, financial crisis, essentially. And obviously, countries want to, when it comes to it again, they want to protect their own industries. They're opposed to cross-border mergers. In some instances, it's hard to do it. But I think, I know you had Commissioner Albuquerque here in Dublin yesterday. And, just this week, she announced a new part of the Savings Investment Union, which is a very positive thing about, European consumers trying to invest better. There's not an investment culture in Europe the way there is in the United States. And that, of course, then is also very relevant for capital markets and the funding of businesses. So I think that is still that is a shared challenge, and there's a sense of urgency around that. But I do think with trade, I think it's important now for countries like Ireland to really fly the flag of globalisation, because you've also got this other impulse that's always been in the EU with some of the unnamed bigger countries who see the challenge now posed by this new America. To them, it's not about only diversifying markets, it's about strengthening Europe, strategic autonomy, Europe's own industries. That's a different vision that small open economies like Ireland have. Ireland doesn't have its own as many homegrown industries. A lot of other smaller countries are like that. So I think it's a very interesting juncture now for the EU. Where does it go? Because I do think the problem, or the real worry now, is that we are in a new reality, and that we're now on Trump 2. And that maybe this peak globalization is not quite over, but it's certainly changed. And, there's a need for everyone to adapt to that. So I think for the European Union, it's important to make sure the bloc is united as it moves forward on this and keeps it in sight.
Yeah, thanks very much, Suzanne. And I think you really highlight there the dangers of some of the focuses that are very necessary within the European Union today on defence and security, that doesn't then translate into a protectionist environment within the European Union, and moving away from the openness that you mentioned there. Just one comment on Suzanne. You mentioned that unlike the larger member states, Ireland doesn't have huge industries, domestic industries. One of the things I would kind of reflect on is that, in terms of the strategic autonomy that you mentioned there, the technology systems and communication systems across Europe could probably not operate without the role of the technology companies, many of whom have their European headquarters here in Ireland, and equally on the healthcare system. We couldn't actually have a European healthcare system without being open to trade and investment from partners from the United States, say in pharmaceuticals and medical devices, as well as growing European companies in these spaces as well. So that openness is really important to champion from an Irish and also other open economies within the European Union. Might turn now to Rupert. Rupert, trade negotiations are always a mix of offensive and defensive interests. And you would know that far better than anybody else in this room, having been involved. Well, maybe I've seen David O'Sullivan there in my eye line, so I better not. David and yourself would know more about those kind of negotiations than any of the rest of us would. How does it materialize when you're negotiating for the EU and you're trying to balance off the interests of very large economies and the interests of smaller economies and the interests of economies which are outward looking to the world and do a lot of global trade, and other economies who maybe don't do as much global trade? How does that materialize, and how do you deal with some of the really sensitive issues? It's been mentioned a couple of times already today, the sensitive agricultural products to protect, not only for Ireland, but for other countries like France and Spain and others as well. So, and maybe just given your really current experience, how does all that materialize in relation to Mercosur?
Yeah, thank you, Pat. And maybe I should start by saying, of course, any negotiator like myself, or David, or anyone else goes to these negotiations with that in mind. You have to balance the interests. And it might be worth pointing out that this starts not in the negotiation, it starts even with the mandate, because the Commission mandates on behalf of the member states. And when the mandate comes around, the agriculture ministers are already there. So the Mercosur mandate and many other mandates clearly say, do something for our offensive interests, but also protect our sensitive products. Yeah? It's there from the start, and it's on the back of your mind and in the forefront of your mind in all the negotiations. So the first thing I want to say, the idea that the Commission goes out to fight for the BMWs of this world, to put it like this, that's completely wrong. We know very well that there are constituencies who will feel that they are not listened to if we just do that. And that's maybe my first point. I mean, the offensive interests of Europe are quite clear. We are an industrial powerhouse. We are leading in many, many industrial sectors. We are very good in services, sometimes forgotten. Ireland is a case in point on ITC services, by the way. So we have very much these offensive interests because we're very, very competitive. We're not that competitive in some sectors of agriculture. I'd also like to point out again and again, agro-food exports of the EU are world champions. And of course, some of the primary products are in a different situation. We're fully aware of that, but it's not that simple either. So how do we, and then in the negotiations, how do we deal with these issues? In one of the previous panels, there was the call for more impact assessment to begin with. So the agriculture side of all trade negotiations has been looked at many times with studies trying to figure out if we open the market to some extent, to what extent, what are the effects? And this is not done for one negotiations because, of course, the agricultural sectors who we listen to and who feel they are threatened, they will not say this is about Mercosur. This is about Mercosur plus Canada plus whatever. So we have studies, and we have done them seriously, about the overall impact of the market opening. There is an effect, but it's very small. And it's very small for one good reason. We do not open our markets very far. Let's be realistic. The overall opening of the production, the consumption facilities that we have in Europe in all FTAs is less than 5%. Less than 5%. In return, we ask unlimited quota-free, duty-free access to all our industrial products. We usually get it, including Mercosur. Figure that out, 5% of our market, and in the case of Mercosur, for beef, it's 1.5% of production here. So we import under these quotas, which still have a tariff, but a lower one, 200 grams of beef per person in Europe per year. So I don't say this to belittle the concerns. We know that there are many problems on the agricultural side, in particular on the beef production, the poultry production, through external aspects as well. Think Ukraine and other things. Think the question of a competitive, non-bureaucratic dealing with agricultural demands. Think about the very high environmental standards. But the trade part of that, I have to say, and to be blunt, is very limited. It's very limited, but of course, it's also something which creates concerns. What we have done, because we have these studies and we know that these impacts should be small, we have limited the quotas very much. The Mercosur side wanted 500,000 tons of beef, not 99,000 tons, of which half is frozen and not high quality. You can't say the highest price. And these 99,000 tons are carcass white, including the bones. So it's actually 75,000 tons beef. We have negotiated very good small quotas, the same on poultry, as I just mentioned. So the first step of defense is keep the quotas small. And I think we have achieved that. I think we have to say that again. The second line of defense is make sure that if you're wrong in your predictions, make sure that nothing unexpected happens. And this is where this whole debate on safeguard comes in. The Mercosur agreement, I think, is probably the best protected agricultural agreement we ever had, because we have rules that you can stop the liberalization and go back to higher tariffs if there is a threat of disruption, if there is a surge of imports, and so on. And we have done that also for the products which are already capped at the quota. So this is really a belt and braces approach to make sure that there are no unextended effects. And this safeguard aspects, and I've mentioned it before, has been now, the Commissioner mentioned it, we have further refined it to have it basically automatic if there is a 10% decrease of prices or a 10% of raise of imports. I think this should give some assurances that we are not avoiding into this without eyes wide shut. Because we have all these commitments to act. Member states can ask for a reaction very quickly. You heard this morning, 21 days to react, to do an investigation, 5 days to react to a member state request, 6-month monitoring, and so on. I say that not to say we don't take these concerns seriously, but I think we have really tried to address them. And of course, on the offensive side, let's not forget, Ireland is a superpower on many of the protected sectors that we are actually opening in Mercosur. Think pharma, think medtech, think the consolidation of ITC services, think spirits. All of these things benefit indirectly also the farmers. And on dairy, this is my last point. On dairy, it's so obvious that the picture is much more nuanced. So on dairy, we have constant requests from the Irish industry to have higher quotas because Kerrygold and all these things do a lot of good business around the world. We have 30,000 tons of opening on dairy products. We have 10,000 tons on milk powder and 5,000 tons on infant formula. So there's a huge opportunity. And the people who do the dairy business are sometimes also in the beef business. Yeah, it's not all suckler farms, as we call them, where you just do beef. So on the one hand, you want to have a dairy farm, you want to produce and sell more. On the other hand, you have to sell your beef afterwards. So this is a complex question, which you have to solve through opening the market, but on the other hand, making sure that you protect what you need to protect. I think that is really important. Last point, all these Irish pork farms and beef production also depends on safe inputs from the Mercosur countries. Soybean is a protein that is widely used in the rearing of these animals. And we have achieved something here which nobody ever talks about, and that is that we've capped the possibility of Argentina to increase prices via export, for example, export taxes. So the inputs, the security of supply for the input of the agricultural sector to produce dairy and all these things, I think is also an important point why we think overall, having listened very closely, having put all these bells and braces on agriculture, we think the deal is good for the EU. And we hope to convince the stakeholders by making these arguments and testing them out when we implement the agreement that we're on the right path. Thank you.
Well, first of all, Rupert, just to say that I know here in Ireland, business and farmers and society really appreciate the engagement with the Commission, and it's great to see Commissioner Šefčovič here this week to talk to people, and also the work that the Commission Office does here in Dublin consistently. And we appreciate the kind of things, that the safeguard measures that you mentioned, the enforcement of SPS standards, etc., which are all very important. So just maybe we would broaden out the conversation a little bit in terms of, you mentioned yourself, Rupert, services, and maybe I'd just like to maybe throw it open to the panel to say services trade. I mean, services trade now is about 25% of global trade, digital indeed. And if you added it in other services, it would be higher than 25%. So we have a particular strength in the services industry, as you mentioned here in Ireland. So maybe could I ask the panelists, maybe Loretta, you'd begin and talk a little bit about the potential of services, both within the European Union and globally.
Huge potential. So if you look at the breakdown of our trade at the moment in an Irish context, it's about 40% goods, 60% services. So it is extremely important. ICT is the big piece within that. And also global business services is a huge thing too. Ireland is a hub for a lot of global business services. So I think there's a huge potential there. It's not subject to tariffs in the same way. We don't have to have those conversations. So there's opportunity. Where there's opportunity as well, obviously in the wider global economy, the single market is important in that context as well, because that is the area of the single market where it is very incomplete, and there is scope to do so much more there than has been done. So that's something to, to put on the to-do list for Europe as well.
Indeed, I mean, you mentioned the services is much harder to put tariffs on services than that. And I was, maybe I'll just ask Suzanne here to comment on the new world we're living in now is in the media. It's, social media is taken, and you see all these tweets. I mean, there was social media content from President Trump this week about placing tariffs on the film industry and the audio industry. I'm not exactly sure how you do that, given that it's digital, and actually it's one area where the EU and the US are continuing to work together on, is the prevention of the imposition of duties on e-commerce transactions. And they have done a lot of work together with Japan, the EU and the US on that. So just on the services side, what's your thoughts on that?
I think the big potential banana skin is the EU regulation of digital, of services. And obviously you've mentioned Ireland is extremely strong in that field in terms of services and tech here. But, I think there was a sigh of relief across Europe after the trade deal was done, that nothing seemed to happen in terms of Trump's threats over regulation of US tech companies. But the reality is that the DMA and the DSA, those two rules, are there. Now, the EU has said many times it's not going to change its rules on that, and they feel very strongly that the public is behind them on that. That's this is a way of the EU, speaking to, like, closing the democratic deficit, if you like. But the reality is this is an issue for Donald Trump and his team. There's no doubt about it. Now, there's nothing new on this, as people will know here in the room. During the Obama years, I remember covering. That was back in the glory days of the transatlantic relationship, when Barack Obama spoke, was very close to Angela Merkel. But I can remember there was a reported incident that was the one time he kind of lost his patience with Europe, was about digital tech and basically digital regulation, and basically accused the EU of, I don't know if he used a specific word, but being jealous of the US tech industry because they didn't have one themselves. And so in other words, this has always been a source of controversy. But I think it's naive of all of us, and I'm including the media, to think that this has gone away as an issue for Donald Trump. Now there's interesting questions then about regulation. There was obviously that big Google fine a few weeks ago. The EU doesn't want to move on this, but competition laws in particular, and the DMA, how political are these competition laws? I remember again many years ago when that famous, everyone in the room here will know about the Apple judgment, and I can remember Irish officials privately saying, you know, would this have happened if we were Germany or France, kind of thing? That really, are these decisions always as neutral as one would hope? Let's see. But I do think that that's an unresolved issue that people need to be aware of in terms of the transatlantic relationship. And just the reality is that the tech companies are American. That's the kind of the paradox underpinning all this. So from that sense, it's not going to go away as an issue, I think.
But it's actually an issue where we have more in common than opposing. When you actually look at, there's more advantages for the EU and the US to work together in the tech and the digital space, and certainly I might come to Kuzo on that. I mean, Japan also has a very vibrant tech industry, but on this, just maybe to talk a little bit about the ASEAN countries and just broadening out the conversation geographically. ASEAN have been working together for quite some time now. What's Japan's view of how we can support together, Japan and the EU, the trade agreements with ASEAN and also the growth of the ASEAN region?
Yes, thank you very much.
You might explain who ASEAN is for people in the audience.
ASEAN, Southeast Asian countries. Yeah, but so in terms of ASEAN, so when I worked with the Prime Minister about 10 years ago, at that time they are facing the problems. They cannot choose any one of them between the China and the United States. So they need United States, at the same time they need China. So that was the situation of the ASEAN. So it's quite difficult to make them to choose one of them. It's quite difficult for them. So, but how say, currently the situation a bit changing. So they are suffering from US and from China. So they, 10 years ago, they need both of them. But now they are suffering from both of them. So now how the US impose a lot of tariffs on the ASEAN products. They are very much suffering from that. And also in terms of China, China in the past is a big market for the ASEAN products. But now a lot of Chinese products flow into the ASEAN market. So they are now, how say, on the verge of losing their domestic industries, ASEAN countries, right? So in this situation, in between the China and the US, ASEAN countries definitely want the friend countries, like-minded countries such as Japan and the European Union, I think. So these days, I say Japan. So I myself visited Thailand 2 months ago. At that time, how say now they are promoting a lot of electric vehicles in domestically. It's a domestic policy. So they are advocating the green products. So they promote electric vehicles. But as a result of such kind of incentive system, a lot of electric vehicles comes from China. Now, how say, they are dominating electric vehicles market in Thailand. So they want to cooperate with Japan and other countries to, how say, defend such kind of situation. So I think new dynamism now is rising in ASEAN countries. They suffer from US and China, from both sides they are suffering. So they want to cooperate with Japan, the EU in terms of the free trade things. Not only the goods, and also I think in the digital area, for example, they are, how say, in the past, they are highly dependent on the US tech industry. It's like a GAFA. But now, how say, Huawei and other Chinese digital companies flow into ASEAN market. The situation is all the same, not only in the goods trade, but also the service trade. So I think we now have more room for cooperation, and they expect more on Japan and the EU, I think.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kuzo. Rupert, just in terms of that cooperation level, we've talked today about the WTO and the difficulties that the WTO and the multilateral system is in, and the rise of bilateralism, but also the opportunities on the plurilateral side of things. Could you talk a bit? You chair the investment committee of the OECD, and I know from my work at the OECD on the trade side, where I chair the business trade committee and sit on the OECD trade committee, that this is an organization which has great potential for collaboration and cooperation, and potentially it is one of the plurilateral, if not multilateral, organizations that the US might stay more engaged with. Would you like to comment on the opportunities for the OECD in terms of strengthening cooperation?
Thank you, Pat. Well, I'll abuse the question first to say I fully agree with Kozo that the answer in the bilateral spheres and and plurilateral agreements to work more together is absolutely necessary. That's not only Mercosur, there are all the other attempts, and the willingness to do this, because nobody wants to be forced to choose between China and the US, is much stronger than before. I think that's why you see this dynamism that Kozo talked about. For other international organizations and the difficult role that the WTO is in, there is certainly a call from many, and I think also from many of the delegates who go to these organizations, to use better the like-minded space that you have. And that is not necessarily the G20, which has also come up in the last 20 years as a forum for coordination because of the membership. But organizations like the OECD could play a bigger role. Now, the OECD is a bit of a mega think tank and not so much a rule-making body. And that's, I think, that's clearly, there are things like the bribery convention and the tax work, but overall, it's not like the WTO. Let's be careful. I think the big question here is, to begin with, for this to work, you still would need the Americans. And what the US will make of the OECD is completely unclear. All I know is that they now take issue with the words sustainable development and gender and climate change. So they're also having an agenda there, which is not necessarily so positive. But the potential for like-minded groups, plurilateral approaches, to some extent, this can also be done in the WTO if there is no one blocking, as we have unfortunately seen, is there, because obviously the multilateral approach is becoming so difficult. You have to build up new things, bilateral, plurilateral, regional, to, I think, at some stage, hopefully, this is at least optimists like me, to then finally see that it makes much more sense to do it multilaterally. But if that's not possible, you have to take the second best.
Thank you, and important to point out the plurilateral opportunities within the WTO process, particularly in the services area, which we've spoken about. I'm going to open the floor to questions now, and we'll take some questions in the room. If anybody would like to indicate that, this gentleman here.
Ben Rode Nielsen from the think tank Europe in Copenhagen. I think Rupert demonstrated very clearly how efficient the Commission have been in promoting EU export and protecting our own market. But in a situation where we now have serious problem in economic security, is it time to start thinking a little bit different and putting more emphasis on import and import security? And if that is the case, how could that be done? Could we force our partners to not only accept all our export product, but also give us priority, import quotas, for example, for key products that we need in our production? I mean, we have the choice. Either we take the costly way of doing it all ourselves in EU with our industrial policy, or we have to build up a network of trustworthy partners where we rely on their production that we can then import as parts of our thing. Is that a way forward, or how do you see it? Thank you.
Thank you. And I might just supplement that question from the floor with a question from online, is to what extent should economic security be taken into account in the EU's trade policy, and should it influence the EU's prioritization of trade deals with new partners?
I think the question is directed to me, so I'll be trying to answer that, and the answer is clearly yes. And again, the latest agreements that we have done are shaped with that in mind, security of supply. Chile is a case in point, which has huge lithium reserves, so we prioritized the Chile agreement. One of the reasons was that. Argentina, the same. And those who read the fine print of the Mercosur agreement will see that on export duties, while we try to get a complete prohibition, so we have free access to all the raw materials, the Brazilian government, having looked at what China is doing and others are doing, they came with an idea at the very last moment to say, oh, we have to have some kind of freedom of export duties to do that. And we took weeks to negotiate a deal which allows a cap on export duties from Brazil, plus the European preference. So whatever they do, they will only apply half of that to Europe. That was the best deal possible, because these countries, of course, they also want these resources to build up their industrial base, which is perfectly fine, because they will need our technology and machinery, if I may say so. But of course, we are trying to look at the question of economic security, supply security, in particular for the energy transition and these kinds of future technologies where we need these inputs. They are factored in these agreements. So that is clearly on the mind of the Commission and the member states.
Thank you.
Well, I was going to point out, like, the critical raw materials is a big priority now, and exactly what you're saying about the Chile deal, which is very interesting. So, I think the Commission is very aware of that all of a sudden, if you like, and wants to make sure, he wants to prioritise that. And also on the broader question of economic security, like, I do think, even though I was kind of describing this division in ideology in the EU about free trade and globalisation, I think there has been a shift, particularly since COVID. Like COVID and the supply chain issues that threw up, the return of Trump and the war in Ukraine together, coincided, dovetailed nicely with, I suppose, Emmanuel Macron's big call for strategic autonomy. And I think, even countries like Ireland have shifted a bit. I think everyone has shifted to those more open trade-minded countries and realised, hang on, we can't be just completely dependent on these trade partners, even our closest allies we can't depend on. So I do think there has been a shift in thinking generally in Ireland is part of that shift, and the EU is part of that shift.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that we understand supply chains much better now than we did in the past. And I think everybody is looking at their supply chains and saying, what are our dependencies and how can we deal with those? Kuzo.
Yeah. So yes, Japan already has passed a new legislation related to the Economic Security Promotion Act. We already passed. In that Economic Security Promotion Act, we identified 11 critical goods, including the semiconductors, the critical minerals, the batteries, and the natural gas things, and the pharmaceutical things also. So these kind of things are included into the critical goods and try to increase the supply chain resiliency for that. We think this is not contradictory to the free trade idea, because so free trade is, ensured under the condition that we never, be threatened or coerced by the export control or something. So WTO rules included the ban of the export restrictions already, but in China, sometimes China make use of that kind of a dependency for the weaponizing purposes or something. So these situations, we cannot rely on some other countries for the free trade things. So we need to re-establish, update. We need to update the rules. So the economic security rules related to the supply chain resiliency is one of the trial to make free trade system more sustainable in the long run. So I think that this kind of economic security and the supply chain resiliency should be considered in the current world to keep free and fair and predictable and rule-based economic order.
Thank you very much. Another question from the floor. This lady here. Thank you. Microphone there.
It's a small hand. I'm like Trump, small hands. Just a general question for Kozo. And it's in relation to the Japanese-US deal. You've also had difficulties with the US. And I believe you've got the inclusion of stacking, for instance. So the EU is not the only bloc that has the previous MFN included. But are there other areas in the Japanese-US deal that, like the EU, you have to return to the US and beg them to undo, like steel derivatives, food and drink? Could you just explain where Japan is at in its relation to the US, if you can? Thanks.
Yeah, just to identify yourself.
I'm sorry, it's Lisa O'Carroll from The Guardian.
Thank you.
So in terms of steel and pharmaceutical, you referred to the US Japan US deal. Yes.
Still haven't got steel derivatives, food and drink.
Yeah, in terms of steel and the steel derivatives, we have no deals, clear deals inside the deal. So the 50% tariffs still on the steel products, because of the amount of steel trade between the Japan and the US is relatively small compared with automobiles. So we are very much focusing on the automobile tariffs. So we got to 50%. It's almost the same as the European Union. I think in any event, we are, suddenly imposed big tariffs from the United States, and we are forced to negotiate with the United States in any event. So the EU has their own priority in terms of the negotiations. Japan also has priorities in the negotiations. The some priority we can get, especially the first priority is definitely about the automobile tariffs. We got 50% from the US side. So I think all the countries have their own priorities, and along with that priorities, they make negotiations. But for example, in terms of the Japan-US trade, we had some MFN, most favored nations agreement in terms of the pharmaceuticals and other goods, because we are not so much prioritizing such kind of issues, but we want to get the same result as other partners that negotiated with the United States. So we are setting such kind of MFN clauses in the deals. But steel and steel derivatives, we have no deals with the United States.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the floor? If not, I'll take a question from the online participants. This from Seamus Allen. Seamus asks, can the panel comment on EU regulatory policies such as CBAM, Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, which is the CSDDD, deforestation and forced labour that affect trade? Are these regulations barriers for EU trade by burdening third countries? In other words, how do our third country partners view these regulations, or are they necessary to protect EU standards from being undermined by trade?
I'm going to come in and say I'm not a complete expert on this, but a couple of points on it, and there are people in this room who are experts on this. But a couple of points I would say is I think one of the overlooked parts, if I'm right, on the EU-US trade deal was kind of a commitment for flexibility for the United States on some of these issues like CBAM, which potentially opens the door to everybody else saying, well, hang on, if they're getting flexibility. So, I mean, there are a lot of ambiguities about the EU-US trade deal, including how is the EU, which doesn't buy energy, going to buy $750 billion worth of energy from the US. But I think that is one aspect. And I've seen reports that the UK now are hoping to get some kind of a deal on that. And then the other regulations you mentioned, I think they are all getting caught up, and they're definitely part of this rollback on a lot of EU regulation that's happening as part of the Commission simplification drive. And this is, von der Leyen too. It doesn't feel like it, but we're not even a year into the second mandate of Ursula von der Leyen and the new Commission. And I think simplification and a rollback of certain, or not, they wouldn't use the word rollback, but, a simplification of some of these regulations is definitely a priority for the Commission. And all of these are part of that. And I think there is political support for that. However, I know in the last couple of weeks there has been, things have stalled, the omnibus bills in the Parliament. We're going to have the different vested interests. And it's going to be very interesting to see how that pans out. But I know the Danish presidency, which is in situ until the end of the year, is keen to progress this and to prioritise this as much as it can, handing it on then to the Cypriots in the new year. So I do think there is an overall pushback that the Commission has listened to on this. And at the moment we're in the throes of negotiations on a lot of these files, but I think that there will be change.
Yeah, thanks, Suzanne. Would you like to comment on this, Rupert? Particularly on maybe deforestation and
deforestation was a huge issue in the EU-Mercosur agreement as well. It almost killed the deal because we had to do a lot of explaining how this could possibly work, and in the end, also make some gestures towards the certification methods and so on to help the deal along. Let me put it like this. I mean, nobody can be against stopping deforestation, stopping child or forced labor, and so on. So that's not the issue. The issue is whether these regulations are made to purpose and whether they're really thought through the way they should have been through. And here, as an ex-commission official, I think I have to be a little bit critical, but I think that doesn't hurt, to say maybe they should have been designed in a better, easier and way to achieve these objectives. Because what we see now is on many of these, the burden is on the operators, the liability is on the operators, and small operators just have no way to control their supply chain. I mean, bigger companies might have a way to do that. So, and that rethink that Suzanne just mentioned is happening, not to abandon the objectives which are worthy and good, but to make it applicable without too high costs. You always have this trade-off between efficiency of the trading system on the one hand and the other objectives, be it the same for economic security. All of this costs money. You have to get the balance right and you have to make it workable. Otherwise, people will just say, this is crazy. CBAM calculations and reporting, very complicated, I can tell you. You probably know. So all of that can be simplified, I think, without losing the gist of the proposals.
And I think certainly from a business perspective, I think that awareness that the regulatory burden that's put particularly on SMEs in this regard, it needs to be addressed. And I think the omnibus process is actually addressing that. But I would pick up on what Suzanne said there. I was in the European Parliament on Tuesday and we had an event on the single market and the importance of the single market. And really, I think that there is a big challenge in terms of, I think there's maybe 8 omnibus regulation processes. I think one of them is currently stalled in the Parliament and the others are waiting to get there. And I think there's a job to do to just inform and to encourage European parliamentarians to actually not to overly seek to amend simplification processes, and also to understand the importance of moving forward on these quickly, because the EU could bog itself down as it has in the past. So that's something we need to avoid. Other questions from the floor? Yes, this gentleman here. Yeah.
Hi, Ronan Palmer, Chief Economist at E3G. We do climate geopolitics, so I am bound to just say CBAM. Would anybody like to say anything about where CBAM fits with our partners?
Any other questions, as we might take a couple of questions in a row? Any other question there? No? Yeah, right at the back there. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ronan. I'm with EY, part of the global trade team. It's funny, with a lot of the sustainability regulations, do you kind of see a more efficient process of collecting trade data, say, for example, for the CBAM calculations or for UDR? For example, in Ireland, you have to go to each individual broker that you use. So a lot of firms might actually lack the capacity to conduct sustainability analytics, to be able to do their EUDR, you know, driven by HS codes and their CBAM calculations? Do you see kind of like a unified approach from the European Union, maybe for like a single porter? I know there's the UCC with the single window, but do you kind of see that being a priority for a more kind of data-driven approach to kind of like trade efficiency?
Thanks very much for those two questions, and I'll take one third question. Dan?
Thank you, Dan O'Brien from the IIEA. A question for any of the panelists or all. Is there a risk the US decides to put different tariffs on different EU member states? Just recall, some people sort of think that can't happen. It can. Europe has a common external tariff, so all countries have to have a common external tariff vis-a-vis third countries such as the US, but there's nothing actually stopping another country from putting different levels of tariffs on different EU member states. Now, that doesn't happen because other member states treat us as a trading bloc, but if the Americans wanted to divide and rule, it would be a very effective thing to do. And I certainly know some people have been concerned about that happening. It hasn't happened to date, but what does the panel think about the risk of that happening in the future? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We'll take those three questions. So CBAM, data and a single point of contact on data, single windows, and also then Dan's question about divide and conquer.
Let me first say CBAM is very complicated. I don't know all the ins and outs, but I can, of course, report back, and you probably know that many of our trading partners have taken a very dim view of CBAM, saying basically it's discriminatory, doesn't fit with the Paris Agreement on special and differential responsibilities, and so on. And that, I think, might lead to a WTO case. So we'll have to see how that is. I would like to defend CBAM as a necessary, I think, element if you want to have a climate policy which is coherent. You just cannot force everyone to buy certificates for their own carbon emissions and let everybody else import in your territory. That's not effective from a climate point of view because you'll just have carbon leakage, as we call it. And it's also not fair. But of course, the way to hell is paved with good intention. And I already mentioned the complexity of this policy is daunting also for our own operators, to be quite clear. And it takes a certain investment to deal with it. I can't really answer the other question because I don't know how much this operationalization of these things actually work. On the threat of the United States to do different tariffs on individual member states, that had been part of a sort of mute discussion in some parts of the US administration as well, as far as we know. It hasn't materialized. I think the present administration still very much sees Europe now as a trading entity, certainly on this tariff issue. It might be slightly different when it comes to digital taxes, the famous DST issue, where they already had 301 so-called investigations against European individual member states, threatening them with retaliation. We have to see. For us, I think obviously the point is to continue to insist on the point that we are one entity and that anything else would just lead to more, also the calls for retaliation, obviously.
Yeah, I can come in just briefly on those. Just on CBAM, yeah. I mean, I do think there's pushback from countries. I would just note, and again, people are probably aware of this, but it's going to be fascinating with the COP talks in Brazil happening very, very soon, and the EU missing its own. The EU is embroiled in a very unsavoury internal row over its own targets because of different issues, including a pushback on some of its own climate regulations, including about the phase out of the combustion engine, with Germany leading a rearguard action on that. So that's going to be very, I can imagine this is going to come up politically for the EU at COP in Belém at the foot of the Amazon. at the mouth of the Amazon, which takes place in November. On that, I mean, what you're saying there about the reporting, the gentleman from EY there, yeah, I mean, this is all central to the omnibus packages and the simplification drive and trying to reduce the burden on companies. So let's see what emerges when it comes out of this hugely complex negotiation that's happening now. And then to Dan's point, I mean, Dan, what you were saying there is spot on in the sense that, you know, a few months ago, everybody was confused about this issue of, you know, can they hit back individually or not? So thank you for clarifying that, and it's an important point. I think that moment, dare I say, I think it may have passed. I mean, what we're getting back to here is a discussion about the famous deal in July in Turnberry. And I think the EU feel that by getting that deal, however unpalatable it was for a lot of countries, it staved off that possibility. I think one thing that also happened politically, you know, and let's face it, with Donald Trump, it's not that he's following the minutiae of the trade structures between the United States and Europe. This is an entirely political and instinctive way he operates. So I think one thing that happened was that I do think it's fair to say that, you know, von der Leyen has now connected with Donald Trump. And she hadn't beforehand, and she now has. And he now sees her as the important person in the room. And, you know, we heard from various officials at meetings that this is definitely the case. You know, he called into certain meetings and he's like, hi, it's Ursula on the call. And Macron was sitting there politely listening to this. But, you know, that has happened now, that connection has been made. So he thinks she is the person I'm talking to now. So I think that's important. And I think one of the countries I know, Ireland and Germany, obviously in particular, you know, the size of the trade gap in goods is huge. And not to open up this can of worms, but I mean, he's right on that. We know it's not just services, but he's absolutely right about the trade gap. Obviously, it's a much more complex, nuanced problem. Point about how damaging is that for the United States, etc., and services. But actually, the country I think that was the most worried about this was Spain over its stance at NATO, a NATO summit in June. And we had the Spanish Prime Minister who didn't sign up to the NATO targets, and Trump and the Americans were very annoyed about that. And that was the danger point at that moment. But then we have the trade agreement, so I think that danger, that risk, has been staved off for now.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed. And it is also important to point out that in relation to the digital services tax, that's not an EU instrument.
Yeah, the PTT say this other countries.
Individual countries, yeah. Kuzo.
Yeah. In terms of the CBAM and the sustainability, I want to add another view on that kind of regulations. I think these kind of regulations can be utilized for differentiating between the Chinese cheap products and our sustainable products. So these kind of sustainability regulations, and also not only the sustainability, but also other environmental regulations and human rights things, labor rights, and cyber security. These kind of regulations are, at a glance, it's a regulations, it's a burden for the industry, but at the same time, that can be utilized to differentiate from Chinese cheap products and our products, and try to restore the level playing field between us. Because our industry already paid for the sustainability, environment, human rights, labor rights, and the cybersecurity. Our industry already paid. So these costs should be required also to the import products and the Chinese products. From this doesn't necessarily mean the complicated calculation. It's not necessary. It's a simplified calculation. It's good, but that can be utilized for the restoring the level playing field. I want to add, and also in terms of the U.S. can set the different tariffs on the different member states. In that respect, I can refer to the Chinese way to respond to the EV tariffs, EU EV tariffs. They are, aiming at anti-dumping on the pork. It's mainly focusing on Spain, and also the cognac mainly aiming at France. So Chinese try to change the voting behavior in the EV tariffs. so the Spanish government actually they changed the attitude towards Chinese EV tariffs from the fall in the past, but finally they abstained from the vote. So if the United States is somehow say interest into intervening the decision making among the EU member states like China, so they may make such kind of say attraction. So it's my just.
Thank you very much, and I'll give the final word before we close the session to Loretta.
Okay. Just on Dan's point there, I suppose we hear a lot about the founding fathers in the case of the US, but if we think back to the architects of the EU project and this argument that they deliberately didn't complete the European project, left things undone so that it would be forged in crisis and that we would move closer each time towards integration. So history may just tell us a little bit of something in that if we look at the crisis of the last number of years, because we've had a lot between the global financial crisis, the euro area sovereign debt crisis, Brexit, COVID, now the current piece around trade. Every time there has been, yes, frictions and there has been sensitivities, but Europe has come together and it has kind of moved forward a little bit. And I think maybe telling that we're back to the agenda now. Admittedly, it is a long time since the global financial crisis when this agenda first started around capital markets union and so on. But we're back to that point where something has happened, it's punctuated the equilibrium a little bit and it's pushed it forward again. This is Europe. It operates on a consensus basis. It operates on a muddling through with the kind of push every now and again that happens. So we may be in that pattern.
Indeed, never waste a good crisis. Let's move closer together and work and collaborate more together. So I'd like to finish up the session now, bang on time, and I'd like to thank Rupert, Suzanne, Kuzo, and Loretta for a really interesting conversation and contributions. And thanks everybody for your participation. And I'd also now like to hand over to David Sullivan to give us our closing remarks. Thanks very much, David.
It's still a long and intensive day. Is that working? Okay. Yes, lift off. And I see only the utterly committed are still in the room. Thank you for staying with us. I think it has been a very rich discussion. I must say it's been kind of a day off for me because my day job is sanctions, and I spend most of my time closing markets and shutting down things, doing exactly the opposite for the last 3 years of what I had done for the previous sort of 40 years. So it was great to get back to trade, I must say. I remain convinced that my 5 years as Director General of DG Trade was the best job I ever had in the Commission. It's a wonderful subject. It's the real world meets with the world of policy, and as we've seen in the richness of the discussions today, it raises some really difficult but also some very important issues. I think we had a great introduction from the Taoiseach. I took away from that, the strong commitment to EU membership, which was also mentioned by the Taoiseach. I mean, it's a bit of a cliche. We kind of say it routinely. But I was talking to a taxi driver last night, who was born in the 80s. I was born a little bit before that. And when I look at this country now, and I look at the country I grew up in, and he was saying the same thing, I mean, even though he was somewhat younger than me, the transformation is just amazing. It is not the same country. Now, not all of it is due to the EU membership, let's be clear. I'm not going to claim it is. But the way it opened up the country, the way it opened up the civil service, the administration, the modernization, then the trade opportunities, the money that came in when we were a net recipient, now we're a net beneficiary. But it really is a transformation which has been so much to the good for this country. And of course, in that trade has been absolutely crucial. And I thought the Taoiseach gave a very strong commitment from this government about the importance of trade, whether that's within the EU or between the EU and all of our partners. Of course, we saw today also Commissioner Šefčovič. I've known him since he was the Slovak permanent representative before Slovakia joined the EU. He's a very skilled diplomat, a fantastic commissioner. He's in the Guinness Book of Records, I think, now as the longest serving commissioner ever. And he may go on to break his own record, who knows? But you've seen his skill, his great talent for communication, for empathy, but also the fact that he came here and spent 2 days shows that, you know, and I think if you listened to Rupert a moment ago, you saw the dedication of Commission officials who care for every member state. I mean, Rupert could have gone and spoken in Estonia or spoken in Germany or in Rome with the same fluency about their issues in those negotiations. And that is what the Commission does. And I think Ireland has a very good relationship with the Commission, and the Commission has a very good relationship with Ireland. But it's very important to understand that the people behind these negotiations are strongly motivated to get the best result for the European Union as a whole, for all our member states. And it's not an abstract concept. It's not Europe up here. We understand that the day-to-day life of Europe is in the nation state. It's on the streets of Dublin and in the fields of agricultural Ireland, and it's the same in all other countries. And this, I think, is one of our great strengths. Of course, we live in a vastly changing era, and that I think has been the other theme. We know that globalization is under threat. We're not immune in this country from criticism about trade openness and trade deals. I remain deeply committed to the belief that actually trade is hugely beneficial. It is the source of all progress. It really is the win-win solution. Of course, it needs to be accompanied by policies that mitigate some of the disadvantages, whether these are regional or sectoral. And I think in Europe, we have done a better job about that, say, than in the United States. When I was in America and I listened to them saying, oh, look at the places that have lost. Yes, they lost because there was no reinvestment. There was no reinvestment in those areas in the way we've had regional policies in Europe at European level, but also at national level, to compensate sectors or regions that are damaged by the evolution of economic activity, which is inevitable. You cannot stop this. There were places built on coal and steel 100 years ago or on shipbuilding. These things move on, and then you have to bring other things. You have to reinvent a sector, or you have to reinvent a region, and there are different ways of doing this, but it needs to be done. Just like when we had many of the benefits of immigration, and I found this in the UK Brexit debate, people said, oh, there aren't enough doctors, there aren't enough schools. Of course there aren't, because there was no investment in the public services to accompany the migration which came in. But the migrants were paying taxes. They were working, they were contributing, they were generating wealth, but that wealth was not being used to address some of the issues of overcrowding and crowding out that people may have felt arose. So public policy needs to correct from some of the inconveniences and disadvantages that come from trade openness. But there is no doubt about it that overall wealth and overall benefit to countries accrues from trade openness and exchange. And that includes exports, but it also includes imports. Many people forget when we talk about trade, they only think about what we export. But as we've had some discussions now, imports are also hugely important. 40% of what is traded across the transatlantic, which is forgotten about, is actually inputs into US production. It's not that we're selling them raw end products, we're selling them stuff which they then use to make things which they consume or which they themselves export. And this is the interconnectedness of trade. Now, the question, of course, and one or two people mentioned it, I think Dan did, when he was chairing his session, we're all, perhaps this room is not necessarily representative of society as a whole, shall I put it? And we're all, I think, probably many of us are very pro-trade. We have to understand this is not universally shared. And maybe it was suggested that we had a bit too much optimism about the fact that 80% of the world is not trading with the US and that these are all the opportunities. Maybe we're underestimating The US may only represent 20% of our trade, but it represents a huge impact on the global scene, both in terms of economically, but also in terms of the political messaging. I think that actually the optimistic view is still slightly more likely to win through than the negative view. I think what is happening in the United States is a huge change. We know that. We've never seen a major power suddenly turn as transactional as the United States, basically break with nearly 80 to 90 years of international trade rules, which are that you don't move unilaterally, and you don't impose tariffs and penalties on your trading partners unilaterally. That is what the United States has now done. That has created a completely changed situation. So when you want to evaluate the deal with the US, which I actually think from a European perspective has been a very good deal under the circumstances, you had to think about what would happen if we hadn't done a deal. The answer is you would have had even higher tariffs, and then we would have had a trade war. And who would have won the trade war? I don't think any of us wanted to find that out. So the decision was made. Let's find a compromise. Let's get the best compromise we can. It's imperfect, but it creates a certain level of stability. But in the meantime, we know that that stability is temporary. We know that we are never more than a Truth Social tweet away from a dramatic change of policy. So we have to prepare ourselves for this new world. And part of that is the diversification. And this was the discussion then about the alternative agreements. We have new ones in the pipeline. Indonesia just concluded. India, which, I must say, I started the Indian trade negotiations in 2006. So just short of 20 years, right? I would be delighted if it could be concluded in December 25. So it's less than 20 years to conclude this deal. I hope it can be concluded. I hope we can finalize the Australia deal, which we nearly got over the line. Suzanne was saying how difficult it is to get these over the line. Yeah, it's tricky. But honestly, when I look at the two pending, that's CETA and Mercosur. CETA is tricky in Ireland because of the ISDS issue and the Supreme Court. I hope that this can be resolved. Mercosur, I understand that there are still reservations in the agricultural community. I get that. I do think if you listened to Rupert's eloquent explanation of the safeguards which have been added and which were built into the first part of the deal and which have now been added, including extra money and compensation in the event of a major disruption, I hope that Ireland can take a second look at this because I think it is infinitely in our interest that we have a trade deal with Latin America, which is a growing area, fantastic opportunities for agriculture, for pharmaceuticals, for many things which are produced in this country, but for Europe as a whole. We then have, of course, the other deals which are out there. I think all the time we have to blend this protection of our defensive interests, projection of our offensive interests, but also a certain strategic element. If I take the India deal, for example, and since I no longer work on trade officially, I can make the comment now. I think we're missing out the fact that a deal with India, we would have first mover advantage. We would be the first major trading bloc to do a deal with India. So it might not be the most perfect deal. Frankly, it won't be because India is a complicated country and it has not very high ambition for its trade deals. But if we can get that foot in the door, it will change a lot and it would enable us to build on that for the future. And I think these are the ways we now have to think a bit now that we're living in a completely different world. And that's the point also about the CPTPP, where, as Maroš Šefčovič said, we actually have trade deals with nearly all the countries individually part of it, but having an overarching agreement with their overarching agreement would also make a lot of sense. Because I do think, and Saiki-san touched on this with Japan, which is a really important partner in so many ways, I do think that there is an appetite out there for a calmer approach to trade and a more rules-based approach to trade than what is on offer when you deal with the United States or even when you deal with China. And I think one of our great strengths as the European Union is that what was normally criticized about us, namely that we're boring, we're slow, and we're a bit predictable, is now a virtue, right? Let's be honest, compared to what's on offer in Beijing or on Washington just at the moment, we actually suddenly become a kind of very reasonable people to talk to. So everyone wants to talk to us, and I think we have the opportunity to build an alliance of the willing who continue to try to have reasonable, rules-based, and relatively open trading arrangements. And I think we have to do that faced with the situation of the United States, which is going through a period of turbulence. I don't think it's going to go back to the way it was before anytime soon. I would love to think I'm wrong, but I think this is a semi-permanent change. If you look at Trump 1 and then Biden, the one area where Biden made very few changes was in trade. And I think the same will be true. I don't know what comes in 2028, if it's Trump 3 or Donald Trump 3 or whatever it is, Eric Trump. But I mean, or if it's somebody else, I still think the elements of the trade policy are going to remain pretty much the same. So we have to live with that. And we have to then work our way around with others. The issue was made about services. A very neglected part of the trade agenda, because we always talk about goods. In fact, most of our economies are now much more focused on services. I think it's very important. Suzanne talked about the tech issue with the United States. I think the right of Europe to legislate for our people in the face of the activities of tech companies is sovereign. This is not something to be negotiated with somebody else outside of Europe. There are very, very serious issues which arise around the world of tech. Generally, I think it's a positive thing. There's a lot good about it, but we know there's also a lot of concern. And there can be antitrust issues, there can be hate speech issues and so on. And I think we absolutely have to preserve our right to legislate for ourselves on these issues, with all due respect, whether the companies, yes, they are American by virtue of the fact that that's what they are, but I don't think that should stop any jurisdiction from having its own rules and legislation about how these companies operate. Finally, of course, we have the single market. Trade is great, and trade is hugely important, but we actually have this massive resource here. 450 million people now. I mean, with enlargement coming, Mara Sefcovic said it, I think, scale counts in this new world. That's the reality. The United States weighs very heavily on the world economy. China is weighing increasingly heavily on the world economy. We are the only third alternative. And we have the possibility to make that count if we truly integrate the single market. And I remember very well the 1992 project, which was, considered a huge achievement to build a single market. On the back of that, we built the euro. We need a new 1992 project. And the key to that is savings and investment union. We lack 70% of finance for industry in Europe comes from banks, 30% from liquid capital markets. In America, it's the other way around. We have to get closer to that American number. And that is a huge challenge, because this is where the innovation, we don't lack innovation. What we lack is the ability of our innovators to scale up their companies. When they get to 25 million, 50 million, they have to sell to the Americans because they can't get the investors here in Europe because we don't have the liquid capital. And yet we have, I don't know how many trillion worth of savings sitting in banks not being used for investment. And this is really something we have to work on. It has a huge capacity to generate a new wave of integration in Europe, but also of increased economic activity. My second last point on that is also to say that one of the problems, I think, and it goes to some of the discussions we've just had, is we have lost industry in the debate about integration. In 1992 project, it was driven by industry. The European Round Table was telling heads of state and government, you have to do this. We need to create a competitive Europe to compete with the US, Japan. At that time, Saiki-san, we all feared that Japan would take over the world. Now we regret that you didn't. But this was the threat, and it motivated us. I don't get the same sense from industry these days because the competitiveness agenda and the overregulation, I think industry has moved slightly to feel that Europe is more about overregulation than it is about creating more economic opportunities. And maybe we need to rebalance that without giving up the values that underpin the regulations that are there. But we have to get that balance right, or we will lose industry, and industry will feel it's easier to innovate and to invest elsewhere. And this is crucial that we keep that competitiveness. Final point, we can never forget that from the security point of view, we live in a completely different world. I come back now to my day job, which is sanctions. I never have worked in a job where when I wake up in the morning, the first thing I check is how many people were killed in Ukraine yesterday. This is not a test. This is a real conflict. And this is testing us. And we've now seen the drones in Denmark, in Munich, in Estonia, the overflights. We are on the edge of a potential major conflict, and we're not equipped to deal with it. It's as simple as that. I'm not even going to talk about our defense forces, but as Europe, we're not equipped to deal with it. And it is absolutely right that we put this forward as a critical agenda. And unfortunately, yes, it means we have to spend more money on defense. I would rather we spent it on schools and on hospitals and other things, but frankly, without spending it on the defense, we won't be able to spend it on the schools and the hospitals and the good things that we need for our people. So this is a necessary investment, and we cannot lose sight of that. It may also bring some economic benefit. There may be some advantages from the arms industry, because we have to be more autonomous. The final point is that this is all about economic security, is all about the balance between efficiency and resilience. It's more efficient to outsource all your stuff to China, right? But whoops, what happens if China won't send the stuff back to you when you have a pandemic, or when you're dependent on the rare earths coming from China and they decide not to let you have them? So that means you have to build in resilience, which is about having other sources. We have to do the same with military equipment. We have to have a certain capacity ourselves, and we have to diversify our supply. We can no longer completely rely on the United States to supply us with all this equipment, because we know there may come a moment when they will say, sorry, we have other priorities, we need to send it somewhere else, or we need to keep it for ourselves. So this is a tricky debate, but I think it's one we have to face. It's a difficult one in Ireland. But I honestly think we also need to think more about it, because security, there's economic security, but there's also physical security, which for the first time in our generation, and we're a very privileged generation, is under threat in Europe. And we're going to have to deal with that. So look, I think it's been a fantastic day's discussion. I thank the Commission office in the splendid new facilities. Peter in particular. I thank the colleagues in DG Trade. I thank the IIEA, for which I was briefly the predecessor of Alex, to my great regret. I would have liked to have spent longer there. I think the IIEA is a fantastic institution in this country, has a very important role to play. And on that note, I will ask Alex maybe to sum up and close the meeting. But thank you all very much.
Thanks very much, David. And as you said, my role really is just to convey thanks again. You've done it, but just to reiterate our thanks on behalf of the IIEA, in particular to the European Commission DG Trade. Simone Lakowski, I think, is here in the room still. Peter Parr, also representative EU Commission representation here in Dublin, and all your staff. It's been terrific working with you. Somebody said to me over recent, it's stretching back over a number of months at this stage, I think, the preparation for this conference. So I have no doubt, and certainly I would hope that we'll have opportunities to work together again, because this has been a great success, a really strategically, I think, important conference, witnessed by the fact that we had really high quality, high level speakers at the outset. Taoiseach, Tánaiste, Commissioner Šefčovič, David himself, if I may say so, including your wonderful summing up that you've given us and to take away in terms of the deliberations of the day and your own thoughts on the critical issues facing us all. I should also thank, if I may, my own colleagues at the IIEA. I'm not going to go through them all by name, but I will say that Barry Colfer has led a terrific team here in putting together this conference with DG Trade and the Commission. And I thank Barry and all my friends and colleagues in the Institute for all of their hard work in doing so. I mean, at the heart of our mission in the IIEA is exactly the kind of thing that we've been doing today, bringing together key policymakers, business leaders, academics, commentators, industry, corporates, government, the Commission, as best we can, all together under the same roof, to debate, to have the insight of those with experience, to gain their knowledge, including those, I mean, David said it was like a day off for him. For some of us, not quite, in the sense that it's not everybody's bag. It's a complex area. And I think one of the things that certainly struck me today was, as somebody who isn't an expert at all in the area, that it was possible to learn a great deal today and to be stimulated and to understand some of the concepts that one hears across the top of your head, reading in the newspapers or trying to follow it as best you can. But to have this opportunity in a concentrated way over a period of hours to hear from the experts and to have them respond to each other, not necessarily always necessarily agreeing with each other, but that's part of the important role of debate. And it's kind of all directed towards, I think it was Loretta O'Sullivan said at one point, how we work through or how we navigate our way through all of these big critical questions and all of the uncertainty that there is in the world. And that was the mission that Brendan Halligan actually set for the IIEA many years ago, 30 plus years ago, was exactly that, to enhance the quality of the debate, ensure that it was informed debate, not to exclude views, not to exclude viewpoints, but to test viewpoints and to test the willingness of people at the same time to come together and to listen to one another and respond to one another and to accept that others have insights as well. And I think that's the kind of thing that we've been able to do today. And again, one of the things that struck me talking to Declan Kelleher, my colleague on the board recently, he said one of our tasks should be to talk about the trade-offs. And that term came up quite a lot today, both expressly sometimes, but also by implication, that you can make one set of decisions here, but you have to have an understanding always that there will be an effect over here. Whether it's CBAM or any of the complex questions that Dave has just been touching on, none calls for or none is amenable to a single decision that will, as it were, please everyone, or that will be ever even the right decision for a country or for the European Union. So trade-offs are at the heart of it all. So I think today has been a great example of exactly the kind of thing that we're dedicated to doing. As I said, we look forward to working together with the Commission and others again in the future. And those of you who are members of the IIEA and our corporates and supporters to working with you, that constructive dialogue, the forum for dialogue that we are, analysis and insight, and directed towards just again like why, and we do a lot of thinking about the Institute and discussing our critical purpose. And I think it is really directed towards the objective of assisting and helping the country, if that's not too grand, helping the policymakers, helping the broader society to make the best quality decisions for the country and for the people of the country. And indeed, of course, for the wider world that we are such an important part of. So once again, with those thoughts, thank you very much. Mainly with David's thoughts, really ringing in our ears, and with his summary of the fascinating day that we've had. May I thank you for your attendance here, and I look forward to seeing you all again soon.